Oh, forgot my face again. Hold on, let me put my face on. Oh God, I'm so close. Social distancing, please. Okay. Hello. Hello, hello. Yes, I'm a professional streamer. I've been doing this for a long time. Why do you ask? Here's my pen. Here's my pen. How is we doing? Holy shit! Scared the fuck out of me. I have that really loud. Oh my god. Okay. Whew. I'm awake. Ah, very pro, very pro. I'm just such a professional. I can't even handle it myself. I'm just so good at this. Come on. Come on. There we go. All right. So, I forgot to grab a pose. So, let's do that real quick. I am doing great. Yeah. What website? What's the website? There it is. That. Let's see. What kind of pose do we want to do? So, how is our body? How's your day been going? Mine has been rather up and down. One of my cats is having a particularly rough time clearing her throat today. So I'm keeping her on my desk so I can keep an eye on her. Well, I'm sorry that has been bad. I do hope that this stream does make you feel better. No, I think it's Spotify, not Fire. I don't use a Fire Stick. Doodly. Let's see if this will. Fire stick. Most people call that a torch, but kids these days want to rename everything. Hold on, I need to go yell at a cloud. I'm having a hard time finding a good pose to tickle the old noggin. Let's see here. Maybe we try action poses. I mean, I guess that is an action pose. The person's practically snapped in half. That just hurts my back, just looking at it. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Bleh. No, this is Patrick. Everybody wiggle your fingers at Rex. Rex gives the good vibes. That's how you do it. That's how magic works. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Don't you have someplace else to be stupid? Not till 4. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go to a gesture drawing site. See if they can pop up some good poses there. Here we go. As you know, jesters tend to have dramatic poses, so usually gestures are great for that. Let's see. Can't even see the person in that. Oh, I'm cured! I find wiggling the fingers at people or telling them to stop it usually fixes it. Had some nice gray looking slop today for lunch. Mmm. Delicious. I'm actually wondering if I ate today besides some jalapenos. I can't remember. Okay, here's a pose. Finally, we can get started. So those sounds that you're hearing is my cat. And that is why I am wanting to keep her on my desk.
Okay, baby.
She's basically her. Ugh. Got something to move? Yeah, she has this I don't know exactly what it is, but she's had it her whole life where her nose is just constantly filling up and draining. So she's always hacking up stuff in her throat. And the reason why I'm concerned about it now is because she's like 16, 17 years old. So yeah, it seems like my cats are not doing too hot this year. I have one cat who he had to get 7 teeth pulled, and then a month after that he had to get an eye removed because it ruptured. And then this past week his other eye ruptured. And so I'm trying to get him scheduled for surgery, and I can't because I can't get in contact with the vet that I'm wanting to do it through, and I gotta wait till Monday at the earliest anyway. Fortunately, he's not in pain. The rupture happened like essentially where his pupil was, so it's not putting pressure anywhere and it's not causing him pain, unlike the last one. So at least there's that. It just looks super gross. So he's getting extra treats and wet food and stuff lately. So, stuff like that's make me hoping that I can get a job here soon. I'm putting in applications and stuff, but I haven't gotten anything yet.
Hello.
My cat's peering over my tablet.
Hello. You okay, baby?
The one on my desk, her name is Pete Ink. She is a Russian blue. Yes, they are. She's a good girl. She's always been a good girl. One of the most laid-back cats I've ever seen in my entire life. You have 2 cats? I have 5. So I have Pete Ink, the Russian blue, the one who's had his face fall off, basically. His name is Castle. He is a black short hair. Then I have another one her name's Angela. She is a tabby. And then I have another one named Twitch. She is a CH kitty, or a wobble kitty. And she is a true tabby. So the ones with the spirals, not just the stripes. And then I have a black long-haired named Hershey. They're all weird. My grandmother used to breed Maine Coons, and I think the most she had in her house at once was 14. I love Maine Coons. We haven't had one in a long time. The last one we had, his name was Fluffy, of course. He was a gray Maine Coon. But yeah, my mom runs a cat rescue. She's been doing cat rescues for 14 years now, I think. And she, of course, before then, I think the most we had was 21 cats in the house. And then with the rescue, she did get up to about 40 or 50. And that caused problems. But yeah, now she runs a cat rescue. And I actually designed the logo for it. Ooh. Yeah, all that hair was inescapable. That is very true. Way to go. So I'm like, what's wrong with this way? It's look weird. It is illegal that you only have 4 viewers. Well, let's see. So, was it 4 on YouTube? Got allegedly 1 on Twitch. And how's Rumble looking? Because I stream to 3 platforms. And I have 0 on Rumble. Cool. Lovely. Well, welcome in. Glad you got here. I mean, typically these streams go for about 4 hours, so... That is a really fucking long thumb. Whoa, too much. Way too much. There we go. It's okay, my excessive spamming of the link on Pixilart will attract people like a flashbang. Oh, where am I? And they just stumble in, not knowing what's going on, or they can't see, and they don't even know there's a stream. I have to reopen YouTube so I get the notification. Yeah, I am kind of used to having really low numbers. I've been streaming since 2009. I just have this uncanny ability to not be noticed. So I'm hoping that this challenge kind of fixes that and we get a community going, because a community would be fun. Dude, what? You've been streaming for as long as I've been alive. Yeah. Yeah, I'm old. Yeah, I'm old. Threw my back out saying that. What am I doing? Oh, right. Gotta grab this so that I can just look. Yep. There we go. There we go. It's much better. It's okay with all that age. There's sure to be wisdom too, I hope. About that. Watching art stuff always makes me want to draw. I'm gonna redesign my old Jester character from like 2021. So back in college, so ye olden times, I had developed a character that was a Jester, but since I tend to make characters that have horrible backstories, let me see if I can find it. He was a cursed jester. He wasn't even a jester to begin with. He was just someone who was put into a jester outfit that is possessed by a demon, and he cannot take it off, and he has to do terrible things, or otherwise the demon will take him to hell. Where are you at? That's not it. Where is it? I should have a thing for it. A folder. Where is you? Can't remember where I put it. Well, that's dumb. Oh well, can't find it. He almost made Claude a ghost. Oh, that would be the worst. Well, okay, so I can actually bring him up on through this way. He's somewhere in my computer, but I can always just go on to, because I do have a post on Newgrounds. Gotta scroll all the way down. Do I have like a concept sheet? What? Oh, Twitch, poor thing. Poor baby. Oh, it's terrible. So, okay. So I don't have the like character sheet, but I do have a couple illustrations I did back in 2012. So this is Jester back in 2012 when I drew this. So this is like his normal look. And like this scene was supposed to be when he realized he's trapped inside this outfit. Like in the story, he's like surrounded by bodies and stuff because the demon went crazy. And then this was no cat, you can't get up here. There's no room. At least not for your wiggle butt. Here's the demon version. This is what he looks like when the demon takes over. And yeah, back in 2012. 13 years ago. Sometimes I feel like redrawing this character. Yeah, if I had time, I would do it. But one, can't do it this month. Two, I have a bit of a problem. And her name is Major Fee. If you look at my Pixilart account, you see what I mean. She's essentially the light of my life. And I can't get enough of her. And one thing that I've loved about my murder princess, yes. One thing that I've loved about this past month, or just this month, rather, is that I've had an increase of Major Fee fan art, and it's made me cry every time. I just love it so much. The biggest thing that makes me go crazy about it is I've been making content since 2009. I've had OCs that I've like drawn over and over and over and stuff. Basically since like 2012 was when I started really doing that a lot and posting it. This is the first time I've ever had any like other people like a character I've made, which is great because I've also been crazy about this character as well. So I highly encourage you guys to go read the short story I made of Major Fee. It is definitely the best writing I've ever done, and I've done a lot of writing. Fucking draw her. Do it. Do it now. Don't tell me that. I'm going to demand you draw her. Alright, I gotta go. Hoping I remember to join back. If not, I'm sorry, but I will go read and draw fan art of such character. Okay. I'm a bad friend. I haven't read it yet. I keep forgetting. You are a bad friend. You're a terrible friend. How could you? How dare you? There we go. This. Turn that down. That. How's the second story going? It's not been worked on for a while. I mean, there was me working on that commission and that Doom Major Fee piece. And then as soon as I got done with those, I started this. So I've not had the chance to really work on it anymore. I was going to do it today, but then like shit kept on popping up and distracting me. Major feat. Yeah, that's when Bigfoot was in the military. Quick question. Is Claude a Grumpy Gills, or is that just with the reference? Okay. What? Oh, it's terrible. You poor kitty. Cat, there's no... You're such a pain. Gonna be drawing major fee every day at this rate. Good. As you should. Right. Brain that spat out major P. This is kind of the part that I love most about drawing gestures is the hats. I need to draw her again! Yeah, that's kind of how I am too. It's like, fuck! Gotta draw her again! I need more! Ah yes, Major P, the Piss Warrior. I can already hear somebody going, don't like that. If I want the content, I gotta make the content. Yeah? When I was drawing Claude, though, I spent a solid like 30 minutes sitting there and trying to get the hat right. Twitch is like sitting here so close to my face. Can I help you, ma'am? How's your pretty kitty? All right, we're going to be joined by a friend of mine. So 1 second. Hey, bitch.
Hello. I realize that typing in chat and waiting for you to respond pisses me off.
Thought you were talking about the streaming platform, sigh. Yeah, I get that a lot when I talk about Twitch. It's funny.
You named your cat after the platform, didn't you?
See, I didn't name her because she wasn't originally my cat.
Hmm.
She was my niece's cat, and then she had to get rid of the cat, so I took her.
I see you're drawing a jester.
Yep.
I like the neck ruffle.
The nuffle. The knuffle. The knuckle?
Don't like that.
Welcome back.
Whenever my brain spat out the major P, I found of that one TikTok where it's like, can't talk, I'm making piss.
I forgot about that.
It's been in my head more than once today, and I hate what that says about me.
It says what we've already known.
Well, it started because I was watching Barry stream a Wind Waker randomizer, and he said, I'm just thinking about piss. Gotta do my piss checks. I'm like, Barry, why?
Okay, Aaron.
I mean, they were friends for a long time. They probably still are.
Yeah, but like, that influence. Can never recover from it. I don't know why, but just the eyes looking like this is like, oh shit! With just a little line for the mouth. It's like, oh shit, I gotta pee!
Does look very surprised. Just like, or they just shit themselves and they realized it. That wasn't a fart.
Never trust a fart. I've learned that.
It's raining again here. I want to, like, die.
Yeah, it's... What if it's still raining? Nope, it's not still raining, but it was raining earlier.
I think it's drizzling now, but it was coming down pretty hard a little bit ago.
Yeah, the fact that the costume does not come off very easily, that's more than enough reason to have that face.
What is Overwatch streaming? Oh, nothing I care about.
Dragon's Dogma?
Probably.
Hershey? God damn it. He's been such a dickhead lately.
How so?
Just getting on top of Angela, biting on her neck, and just, like, pinning her down, basically.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if we saw him slurp up a soup weird later.
Yeah.
And like when Woody was alive, he'd just pull out Carlisle's neck feathers for no reason. Which I'm proud to report, Carlisle's neck is no longer bald.
Hmm.
I need to take my meds, but that means getting up.
Ugh.
And I also want coffee, but that means getting up.
Ugh.
I know.
The worst.
Miserable. In an unsurprising turn of events, I bought another ghost shirt last night.
Oh my god.
Amazon has a lot of really good designs from around 2018 when Copia was Cardinal and that I didn't get to buy, so I'm gonna snatch them all up eventually.
Gotta snatch them all.
My husband. I had the craziest dream last night about
What?
Ghost.
What?
Well, first of all, I was Julian, and the Copia was there. Things happen, you know.
Oh my.
But past that, Tobias was there. He's always a separate entity from Copia in my dreams, which I think is great. And he was dressed up as the new Papa, and he was like gonna do this performance, but the venue only had like 100 people in it, and the rest of the seats were empty. And then he would try to perform, but everything kept going wrong. And then after the show, he came up to me and Copia, and he was so frazzled and like he was about to cry. And I said, Tobias, it's okay. You just have to go train, lock in, get good. You'll be fine. Which led to another part of the dream where we were on top of this roof of a house, and Soldier 76 was there, and he was training Tobias, and he was having Tobias do these leg stretches, and Tobias was struggling. And then he had him do sit-ups, and he almost fell off the roof.
That's not how you do sit-ups.
Because he's doing backwards off the slope. My dreams are so weird.
Yeah.
But I just remember Tobias looking at me with these big watery eyes, and I was just like, oh, honey.
That's good. Right. So, personality of Fee. She's very energetic. She can be quite childish. She's
the embodiment of hyper.
Yeah, pretty much. Very laid back, very bubbly. Well, so even though the religion that she's a zealot for is essentially like about death, she's operates under the ideals of the more enjoyed a life is, the greater the death is, and therefore the greater of which it is when you join the ether. So she just enjoys what she does. Anything that she does, she tries to make sure she enjoys it, which is part of the reason why she wears the mask. So yeah, her acting energetic and crazy. She can also be extremely violent. She can also be extremely cruel and ruthless. She's like, the coin is extreme, and she's both sides, and somehow found a third side, and I don't know how that works. Just had an image in my head of someone doing sit-ups so fast that they start flying. Like the flying books in Harry Potter. Yeah, that's pretty funny. What's glitching? TS? I don't think that's text to speech. That's TTS. Oh, this shit. The video is glitching. Oh, okay.
Never realized that's what people meant when they said TS. Makes sense, but also feels like a bit of a reach. Like
Well, I mean, TF means the fuck, which I usually just think of Tobias Forge, but
yeah. But that derives from what the fuck? Because, I mean, that's literally the same phrase, just without what.
if there was
What this shit? Wits. Wits.
it almost sound like you're saying Ritz, like the cracker.
put it on the Ritz.
Put it on the wits.
I have Might As Well Face It You're Addicted to Love, except it's the Weird Al version of Might As Well Face It You're Addicted to Spud stuck in my head.
Yep.
Then earlier, Chris was singing Gump, which is the Weird Al version of Lump. He brought me Wendy's earlier.
Ooh.
They have a new Cajun spicy chicken sandwich, and it is all right.
I think I had that. And yeah, it was. I thought it was pretty good, but
I like the ghost pepper ranch better, but they
Mm,
got rid of it.
they did.
Yeah, for the Cajun sandwich.
Oh,
Pisses me off. But one thing I do like about the Cajun one is that it has pickles, which is the one thing the ghost pepper was lacking.
I guess.
You're not normal, so I don't include you.
And you are?
More normal than you!
Not sure if that's something to brag about.
No, I am not normal whatsoever. I'm a freak! A fucking freak! And I'm A-okay with that.
One thing that's been fun about doing this challenge is that I've been having every single character in a very different pose.
Mm-hmm. Jasper sent me a video of an oriental short-haired cat just waking up and being grumpy, and it's so cute.
What the fuck?
The owner is like talking to the cat, and the cat, he just keeps going,
Keeps going,
so
what?
cute. Like, murr.
Me.
The first time I did it, it was a little more high pitched, so Discord didn't want you to hear it.
Mm.
I got some fucking strawberry Pocky at Tensuke the other day. So good. And this is bigger than the ones they have at Walmart. Oh yeah. It's strawberry crunch, and it has like actual little pieces of freeze-dried strawberry in it.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Big tasty.
Did you say Big Tasty?
Yes.
'Cause Bumpkin just said that like right after you, and Bumpkin's not in sync with us.
That's hilarious.
I was like, wait a minute.
Shh. No, not your internet.
I just thought of the consume Prilosec again.
Consume Prilosec.
It'll bring you joy.
It'll bring you joy.
One thing about how much ribs I eat, a lot.
I'm Larry the Camera Guy.
Yeah. Ooh. Should I try and draw Major Phi as my first digital art piece in a bit or not? What do you think? Like, what do you think my answer is gonna be?
You even have to fucking ask?
Yes. Yes! Do it.
Jesus, my ears! You peaked your mic.
Fortunately, I have a limiter on the stream, so it was fine.
But not a limiter on my ears.
That sounds like a you problem.
It's a skill issue.
Yeah. What? Just stop being a bitch. Listening competitive, his ears were like copper. Okay. I feel like that's a reference to something that I don't know because I'm old.
Same.
need to check something really quick. Is this? Okay. Wait, nope, nope. Go back. There we go. Let's see. Okay. Oh, it was a reference to Overwatch competitive.
I don't play comp.
Shaking my head, my head, my head. Oh, not much. Just me reacting to Bunkin asking a ridiculous question and then trying to translate what was said earlier.
One of my favorite little things to say that is redundant is I'm gonna KMS myself. Something about it just tickles me. I'm going to go get a seltzer.
All right.
So when I went to the Japanese grocery the other day, I got a whole bunch of fucking mushrooms and miso and fish cakes to make soup. I'm so excited.
Mm.
I got 4 types of mushrooms. One of them is fucking massive. Appropriately named the king oyster mushroom.
Ah.
And I got maitake and shimeji and enoki.
Bro, my dad calls me and now I'm a full minute behind. Oh no! What? All right. Having a Shalud moment? What the?
Gesundheit?
I guess.
Claude. Like I know what's trying to be said, but it's not working.
For some reason, that made me think of the Shagohod, which is from Metal Gear.
Of course.
Damn, I'm gonna think about Snake.
Fuck!
Love that man. He sucks. Specifically Big Boss Snake, not Solid Snake. Solid Snake's fantastic all the way around. But Big Boss Snake, that's my husband, the war criminal. I mean, he's so autistic. How can I not love him?
That is very true.
We need to get back to playing that. We haven't fucking done that in a couple months.
Yeah.
Thing is, I don't know Justin's fucking schedule. If he has one.
Yeah, I talked to him about it, and he said it was up to me and you on when we do that.
I'm always wondering whenever the hell he's around.
Yeah. And I never want to get in the way of him working on his projects.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, occasionally I'll get a message from him, but I don't typically message him first because I don't know if he's awake and or busy. But I miss Ocelot. My favorite little cat boy.
Fucking stupid.
I know! It's great!
I don't understand.
It would be weird if he wasn't a furry. Did they have furries in the 60s?
I mean, Disney's been around since the 30s.
True.
And ancient Egypt's been around for a lot longer.
Furries have always existed.
Yep.
If there was a guy, he would see an animal and be like, damn, that's me. Did I ever tell you that my grandma is freaked out by furries so much that she at first thought my friend Jasper was a furry and was not interested in them coming over until I explained, Grandma, Jasper is not a furry, and you're very wrong about furries. She's like, I'm too old to understand. I'm like, you're very wrong. Because I think she's been misled in thinking it's only a sex thing. She also said the word femboy to me, which freaked me out.
What?
Where did you learn that?
Question
Let's
real quick,
get you to
Dylan.
bed, Grandma.
Do you have a major feed lore post somewhere in the magical invisible lines of this world of arcanic magic?
You tend to just babble about her.
Yeah, I mean, I have it on my computer. And that's why I'm writing the stories and stuff.
I like to make bullet points, so I have everything kind of listed out pretty easily and accessible. Just like the major beats, not like the story shit.
Yeah, I did something similar to that.
Bumpkin, there's literally a link that goes straight to the story. It's even labeled as such. But, and that's only like a small part of her backstory. Hence why I'm making the other stuff. But essentially, her life before becoming an officer is going to be in a trilogy. He can't read. Please forgive him. You have insulted Major Fee. There shall be no forgiveness.
But, put him at the stick. And cover him in the sauce.
Steak sauce.
I could read, I'm just slower.
That man is getting his butt pinched by a crab.
I too am lesdistic. I put the sexy in dyslexic.
Look, he is.
Yep.
Those are some well-drawn asses.
The G-string. Just, no.
I like how they look.
It's nice how they look, but I can't just look at how they look. My brain just goes, my sphincter should not be kissing that fabric.
Well, you don't have to wear a G-string unless you want to, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Hot.
I still have ass.
So?
That makes it
There'd be
worse.
nothing to go between.
Yeah, that's... Have you seen a G-string on a cardboard box? It's terrible.
That's a funny mental image.
What the fuck is happening to my ears? This is what happens in these streams whenever I have my friends in a call. Get used to
Specifically
it.
me.
Yeah, it's way worse with Justin.
We mostly just talk about gay things. When Justin's here, it goes off the rails.
Yeah.
Justin can insult cultures that don't even exist yet.
It's true.
Sometimes I wonder, how am I friends with him?
Sometimes I wonder, is it legal to be friends with him?
Exactly.
And he's like, hell yeah.
I love him, but he is insane. I was looking at the up knee that you drew there, and I thought of something that Jacob Drophy said, which is, it's far shortened. Instead of foreshortened.
It's far shortened. Yep. Especially if it's a shitty ass drawing.
I just thought of an old Game Grumps thing where Aaron is so fucking angry about something that he sharts.
Yeah.
And he's like ranting, and I just shit myself.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh my god, so many of the new 10-minute power hours they've been doing have been so fucking funny. I know you would enjoy them. They eat random things, and just Dan's face journeys alone are worth it. And there are some times when the food is really good and Aaron acts like it's an orgasmic experience because he loves food.
And he just acts that way in general.
Yeah, but it's worse. And Dan's just like, Aaron, come on!
Not the food! Not on the food!
You know the disappointed Aaron that Dan
Aaron?
does.
Aaron.
Aaron, please.
Yeah, we have Game Grumps brain rot, like, really bad.
And we have for 13 years.
Yep.
Danny and Arnold. Love those guys.
Gotta fucking pray. Michelle, they're doing an impression of me.
Hey, Michelle!
Why is there loud music outside my house? It's Rush. Dan? I love Rush. Dan has made me like Rush a lot. Like, I knew some songs just from hearing them on the radio as a kid, but actually listening to them later on, I'm like, wow, Dan's right. This is a great band. And of course, I owe Dan my life because he introduced me to Ghost.
That is true. That is very true.
God, that was 9 years ago.
We're old.
Yeah.
Wait, Ghost? Yeah.
The band that means everything and a half to me. Don't get me started talking about them because I'll never shut up.
Pumpkin said, wait, you mean Bear Ghost or am I dying? Am I delusional?
What?
What? What? Talking about the Swedish band? Don't know if that helps. I don't know. I heard Ghost and my first thought in my brain was Necromancing Dancing by Bear Ghost. Okay.
Oh no. The Swedish satanic metal band Ghost. I have to show you a sticker I got last night.
Oh.
Etsy Wetsy. Open a new tab. I hear your cat breathing.
Yep.
Look at it. It's so cool.
Ooh. That's pretty neat.
It is. I cannot wait to put it in my sticker book.
Ooh.
Just gonna save this real quick. How far are we be? From personal experience, I heavily deny that the Claude rants are wild. Claude rants are +1 brain cell, not -1. Pretty sure any rant from Fee is minus all brain cells. Because typically a gunshot happens right after. What the fuck kind of language is this? I can only read like half of that. Shaking my head, this shit. PMOICLSYBAU.
What in the goddamn?
I'm having a stroke.
Help!
I was
Yep.
getting upset.
It is satire, please. I am not that. I am not that gone.
Are you sure about that?
What are you on about? The only thing you've been thinking about is Claude. I can relate. Twiddles my thumbs.
Me except Copia and Logan.
Yep. My brain wanted to say, yeah, but you're worse than I am. But then I was like, that's not true.
No, I am.
When it comes to me and Fee?
Yes.
You sure
Yes,
about
I am.
that?
I'm certain.
Okay.
You don't look inside my brain enough. You don't need to look inside my brain.
I have enough problems looking in mine.
You don't need to add my problems on top of it.
Exactly. Fuck off, get your own problems. That's so much better. I was sitting there looking at this like, this looks all sorts of fucked up.
I mean, to put it into perspective, Sean, I have 2 Copia tattoos.
Just because I can't afford a tattoo doesn't mean I won't get
I
one.
didn't think you'd get a tattoo of Fee.
I would. Yes, I would. The fuck you talking about?
The fuck you mean, nah?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I suppose we're on even ground.
Almost forgot.
I just thought of we built this city, except we pet this kitty.
We pet this kitty that's on my lap.
I just realized we're not even close to starting inking.
What am I doing?
What the fuck? Jasper just sent me a gif of a cat bonking its head into another cat, and when I see it, I just think of the cartoon. Boom!
Boom.
Speaking of, we watched Mulan last night. There's a lot of cartoon bonk sounds in that movie.
Yep.
It's such a good movie. It took everything of my willpower to not sing along to Let's Get Down to Business.
Let's get down to business to have you in my buns.
Oh no. The version that Deadpool sings to Wolverine.
Yep. I love how there's just an entire conversation going on in chat.
I can't see it because I'm on Twitch.
That's okay.
I prefer Twitch over the YubTub.
I think most people that have been coming to my streams on YubTub mainly do it because that's what they actually can have access to.
Mm-hmm. Must be swift as the coursing river.
I'll make you come like a coursing river.
Okay. I went to YouTube and my god, there is a whole conversation. Just a lot. So anytime a time period like the 1800s or something comes up and Chris sees that, he'll say, "Hey, that's when you were alive, right?" And I was like, "Hey, you're older than me, asshole." Well, the reason why that is because Sean and I have been friends for 13 years, and we just kind of have this ongoing thing where we talk about the same things every time for the past 13 years. Hello, bird. How are you, bird? Oh, Carlisle, you're so fluffy. Magnificent. That bath did you good. Jump. You gotta jump. Big jump. He's a cockatiel.
Language.
I ended that with a teal.
Language.
Just because you add
Add
I
a
also
color
have-
to it doesn't mean it's different.
He's gray, thank you. But I also have chickens. I'm a
Chickens,
chicken
Eddie!
I love chickens, Eddie. I hear my mother yelling outside. Yes, chickens. I have 6 of them. 3 of them are named after Star Wars characters. There's Anakin, Leia, and Han Solo.
And so I forgot about that one.
And I also have Lucy, Lilith, and Daisy.
Daisy, Daisy.
I need to go collect the eggs, but it's raining, so I don't want to go traverse the mud.
You might melt.
I would. I'm made of sugar.
Is that why you're diabetic?
Probably.
Hmm. It ain't much, but it's honest work.
No, but for real, my dream is to have enough, like, land to have a bunch of chickens and some goats and a big-ass garden. Maybe a cow one day. I love farm.
I love lamb.
Yeah. My fiance's parents had a cow that would chase his little brother through the field. It was very funny. The cow's name was Gibby.
Give me
after
that
my
kid!
Carly. and Chris would sing to the tune of Hot Blooded by Foreigner. Fat Gibby cow, Fat Gibby is hamburger now.
Yeah, that's I can see that.
Chris has a very weird sense of humor, but I guess that's why I'm with him.
Yep. You are attracted to weird people.
Yes, I am. I have a type. Gestures to my everything. See? I need to check where my Jotaro is. USPS tracking. That's not how you spell tracking hands. Oh, he's in Columbus. He'll be here
Ooh.
tomorrow.
Ooh.
Yeah, Celeste got me a Jotaro figure that I really wanted. Apropos of nothing, she just said, hey, give me your address, I'm sending you something.
Hmm. Yeah, you mentioned that, except it was
Don't worry about it. That's as far as that went.
Yeah, she finally told me what it was.
Hmm.
She saw him at a local anime store and was like, I know who would want this. Elliot. And the anime store is called Sean's Anime.
Huh.
But it's spelled like Cian.
Oh, so wrong.
Yeah.
Which makes me sad because that's apparently the Irish way of doing it. I'm like, no!
It is the Irish way. Like, whack hectic guy. That was a very old Jax Films joke about how to say Jacksepticeye.
Hmm.
What a fun mouth this character has.
Yep. Wasn't like that in the reference, but I thought it would be fun for a jester.
I know you said jester, but it's like you said juster. You. It's like, what the fuck is a juster?
That's someone who sees how much your house is worth.
You can't see it, but I just made a very inquisitive face. Wait, what in the goddamn?
Yep,
That tracks.
they're talking about cows, and someone's like, maybe because they're talking about how like their tongues are sandpaper. It's like maybe they're like cats and they clean themselves. And then now I'm picturing a cow contorting itself just like a cat, and I'm just like, so I hear snaps going on with that.
I don't think that's how that works. Cows are not that flexible. I want to go to the zoo just so I can chase a peacock around.
You could do that.
Yeah, they walk around free in our zoo.
I would hope no cow tries the dangerous feat. Apparently Rex used to raise peacocks.
I can see that. I can read chat.
But stream can't.
It sucks for stream.
Yeah.
There's a random person that lives not too far from me that has a bunch of peacocks, and they just walk all over the road. We've almost hit them before. I love this Jester outfit. It is so good.
Yeah, I've got a lot of pretty good designs to ink this month.
You got my weird ass man.
When one of the babies are too weak, the moms will try to kill them, so me and my brother would take them in and raise them until they were big enough to go back with the flock. It was cool because they would still remember us when they were older and let us pet them all. I want that.
That's adorable. One of Chris's goats a long time ago had babies, and she rejected both of them, so his parents had to raise the babies. And they were indoor goats for a little while, and they would jump all over the furniture and sit in your lap and pee on the floor. They were adorable. Their names were Apple Crisp and Valentine. I love goats. Goats are one of my top favorite animals, along with rats and bats and all birds, every single bird.
I would love to have an owl.
I want a pigeon.
Ooh. Don't mind me just imploding.
That didn't sound pleasant. Why is my mother yelling?
Ah!
Basically.
Dagnabbit!
No, it's more like, what the fuck are you doing? My mom is a very angry person.
Angie.
I can't say words. I have the stupid.
Don't worry, we don't know words.
I wouldn't know the words if you said them. I need to take my fucking medication. God damn it, I forgot.
Ooh.
Gotta pause the live stream. Apparently, one of the only days I missed school, my best friend had a performance. She just sent me a video.
That's cool. I'm offended that it had to happen during my stream, but whatever. I'll allow it this time. I am.
And humble. Just ask me and I'll tell you. My humility is about as great as my modesty, of which there's none other like it.
You sound like Trump.
I have the best humility. No one's humility is as great as mine. Blah, 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 blah. My humility is better than China.
Kamala.
Kamalama Ding Dong.
Sleepy Joe.
Well, he always wants kisses. That's why he's always pursing
Ew.
his lips.
How dare you put that in my brain? I ought to have you tarred and feathered. Better yet, drawn and quartered.
I mean, I can draw a quarter.
Do you know what that means?
Yes.
Okay. Don't tell me you're that stupid.
I'm also dumb.
That is your stat. Well, it was your status.
Yeah. Now I have a PSA as my status.
The most important PSA there is.
Mm-hmm.
Carlisle,
Father.
what was that sound you made? He just went beep.
My cat has come to watch the stream. Aw, yay! Kitty
Yay,
viewers.
cat. Welcome back, Rex.
Hello!
Infinidagger!
Infinidagger! Infinihot! I want to watch that playthrough again. It's so fucking funny. The playthrough that Dan discovered trolling.
Yeah.
So funny.
Though, back in like 2013 when they did Super Mario 3D World, there was a lot of trolling there too.
Yeah. But I think it was more like he was experimenting.
Yeah, he wasn't like in his trolling prime yet.
Yeah, and then Shovel Knight, he was like, "This is beautiful."
Hello!
My best friend and her brother and his friend played "Damn It" by Blink 182. Oh, that was the performance?
That's cool.
Hell yeah. I like the Grumps Katamari playthroughs. Something about them are very unhinged for how chill that game is. I just love the music in Katamari. It's very good.
Oh, just to let everybody know,
I've done it for a few of these inks so far, but I will be posting all inks at full resolution on my Ko-fi page, however you pronounce it. And they will be free to download for anybody. The resolution that I'm working with is 5,000 by 5,000 at 300 DPI, so they're pretty big.
They're big bitch.
They're big ass bitches. They're big booty bitches.
Big ass boy. Big booty bitches, huh?
Big booty bitches. I got big booty bitches. There's a classic.
Yeah. And I'm thinking about the Mastodon man.
hot, sexy bodies like Mastodon, man. I can barely remember how that song goes. I haven't listened to it for a while.
I'm gonna listen to it now. I need to hear it.
I was gonna say, do you remember who made it? But I think you can just put Mastodon Men and it'll pop up.
Yep, I found it.
No, come back. No.
Did I master their muscular bodies?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the shit talk that goes on in chat. I love it. Bye, freak. Pretty much how we say goodbye to each other.
Wow, they got big bleep too. I forgot Macaulay Culkin was in that. Well, now that's gonna be stuck in my head for the rest of eternity again.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
It's such a vibe, and a bop, and a jam. Did I mention their muscular bodies?
Strange and oddly sexual.
Hot, sexy body like these mastodon men.
I need to bestow the glory onto chat, so let me find that.
Okay. I'm shivering in my timbers, I'm scared. You shouldn't be, it's a vibe. That's just his normal laugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a villain. Only villains can create Major Fee.
Yeah. Duh.
He could play Skeletor.
Until we meet again!
He-Man?
He-Man! Remember!
I just think of the one screenshot where he's like, I am not nice.
I just think about the time I made a status that upset a few people. I was like, remember, any vegetable can be a squash with enough pressure. Until we meet again!
Fuck. Fuck.
Go listen to that. It's great. Good soup.
Please.
Oh god, Uwu made another
grace your
drawing.
ears with it. Oh yeah? My mom is cooking something. What are you giggling about?
Come on. There we go. Uwu made another drawing.
That's good shit.
I love it. Makes me so happy.
I do love the decision not to draw the hat.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of don't know how to draw her hat, which is why it looks kind of fucked up. Like, every time I draw her hat, the bill of the hat just, like, goes way too far down, but I just think it looks so much, it's just more fun to draw it that way.
Keep forgetting the damn hat. Shit.
Fuck! That just makes me think of that one clip of that like really fat ugly guy like stepping through the door, looking, going, "Oh fuck!"
I keep forgetting the damn hat. The drawing is ruined. Soiled it.
Set self on fire.
That's alright, I forget my own character's details sometimes, and after I look at the drawing when it's finished and post it, I go, fuck.
Yeah, I've actually done that with Fee, where it's one of the early drawings of the Message of Love one.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I thought that her belt buckle was also a target, but it's not.
Oh.
And I'm just like, and I didn't realize I did that until like a couple weeks after I posted. I was like, fuck!
Shit. I usually forget tattoos or scars or earrings. Can it stop raining, please?
Been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain.
I wish. It's been nothing but Rain City.
We built this city on fucking rain.
I need to water my plants.
Are you sure about that?
Indoor plants, dum-dum.
Dipshit.
Dumbass.
The whole ass.
The way I said that just reminded me of something that Ethan Craig Gameplay said when he was doing something with Mark and Tyler, where he said heap ass, and Mark was like, heap ass? Oh no. I spilled water.
It even works underwater.
I sawed this boat in half!
He's been sniffing Flex glue and he's gone crazy.
I'm a prostitute!
This is what happens when you play God. Ah!
Woo, doggy!
Don't mind us, we're just having an autism moment.
Yeah? I said one of our activation phrases.
Ah, fuck!
You've done half a job and you get a full smile.
Well, that just sort of happened. I didn't even participate in that.
There's John dipping the hammer into the flex seal. And the drill. Grandpa hitting the sauce a little too hard. He's not getting into that. And I just thought of another John Drum video where he was like, "You called me Eduardo Squidwardo." I don't remember which one that is though.
One of my favorites was when he did the Barbie one, and he was trying to find information about Barbie, and he goes to that famous library in New York, and he comes out of it with like 20 books in his arms, like, they're giving away free stuff in there. and then it just like cuts to him in a room filled with books, and as if he's reading through them, and he's like, wow, incredible. People actually used to use these things, and throws it over his shoulder and pulls out his phone. Jacques, tell me about Barbie.
One of my favorite things to always be ghoul.
Ghoul.
There's nothing ghoul about this. What's ghoul about it? Weird guy. Stop it. Get some help. Go to McDonald's, get the McNuggets.
I ain't having that shit.
I feel like that's something me, you, and Justin need to do, is just go through and watch old videos of his.
Back in simpler times, happier times.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't walk, so could be on the internet all the time.
Yeah.
It's surprising how good of music I've been able to find on Spotify that's copyright free.
Well, I'm not listening to the stream because I don't want to hear my own voice, but you know.
Oh dear.
Listen, I can't stand to hear my own voice coming out of my mouth.
Muth.
Yes, that's a word I say weird.
Well, you didn't say it like that, I just Game Grumps.
Yeah.
A dish!
Like mouth and couch.
Monkey fucking a coconut!
Do I... think about that all the time. I'll be in the grocery store and I see coconut stuff and that's the first thing that pops into my head. And I saw it and went, "Owie."
I was in a call with the wonderful folks over at Teaser, and one of them was working on some music, and he started going, and I go, doing such a good job.
It's like when Aaron did something that he thought was funny, and then Dan was quiet, and Aaron's like, "Pity laugh, please." and Dan was like, "No, I'm just trying to think of a song. I was trying to think of how to sing something." To be like, "Aaron, you're so." Pity laugh, please.
This is how our voice calls are.
All the time, even when we're not streaming. Oh, I just thought of a very inappropriate song that Aaron sang. They're playing, I think, Blood Porn or Dark Soul. I said Blood Porn.
I mean, it's kind of like that if you're into that kind of shit.
Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3, I think it was, and it's the I Want to Jizz on You song.
Penis, I love penis.
That's also from that playthrough.
Yep.
They say, I'm too young. I'm gonna jizz all over your tummy, because that's where our dicks are. I love that he was singing that to Dan.
Well, yeah. That's what they
Game
do.
Grumps is a very heterosexual show.
Oh, yeah. Everyone around us just gets weirdly more gay.
We don't
I'm
have
an
an
HR manager.
department. I can't do
anything. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Exactly. Jasper sent me a picture of Pengerbond laying on their head.
You say that,
She
and
is
my
so
brain just goes, just the different ways of saying Benedict Cumberbatch.
Pengerbond become Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah. That's not Pickle Pan Scooter Punch.
Badoot Kaboot. I need to watch that video now. It's ancient now, but can I spell?
No.
Oh, 9 years ago. I'm going to die.
Which one?
The wrong Benedict Cumberbatch names from Jack's films.
Ah.
He had so much more hair back then. Bandicoot Splish and Splash.
Something about that ruffle on his wrist tickles my brain in the most perfect way. Yes.
It does. It's good shit. Why do I still have Twitch open? What am I doing?
Being gay.
Always. Bender Snatch Creamsicle. Benadonald Cumbershrimp. Benedict's Cumbernuts. I hate her.
Reminds me of those little candies my friend gave me one time. Yummy!
Battletoad Cancer Bath. Dad, please come back now. That was sad. Blubber butt camel toe. Yeah, that was a good trick down memory lane. I love when you laugh so hard that it becomes squeaky and you sound like a rusty hinge.
Squeaku.
That sounded like a bad Pokemon.
Man.
I'm a bad Pokemon.
I'm a sexy
Oh,
little
baby.
baby.
That's exactly what I was thinking too.
This is why I will always be alone, because if I ever try to be seductive, it's just gonna be Dan doing that voice.
Yeah.
I'm a sexy little baby.
That's Susie repeating it. Oh, I'm dying. It smells like onions, like cooking onions in my house. I wonder what my mother is making.
Onions.
Yes,
Just onions.
that's it. Just fried onions.
-7! That's it! I don't understand why the Chinese can't use forks and spoons and only use sticks.
Carlisle just scared the hell out of me. He jump scared me.
I'm still kind of upset that Dan gives Aaron credit for that whole chopsticks thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no, Dan, you're the one who said that. You stupid
You're the
bitch.
genius. Man, thinking of I'm a sexy little baby, just threw me back. It's like that Ratatouille moment where he takes the bite of the food and goes back to his childhood.
Crunchy necks.
Crunchy.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
When I was little,
Carlisle, that's a sticker.
I used to have these pajamas that were covered in bugs and they would glow in the dark. And
They put bugs in him.
yeah. And so the way my brain worked was I would see those, and whenever I would like you would move your neck a little bit, you have those like little tiny pops and cracks and stuff. I used to think, because they didn't sound like when you actually pop your neck, they just sound more like little pops, that people actually have a bunch of bugs inside of them and you're squishing them. That's why they make that sound, because it sounds just like when you would crush a bug.
I don't like that. I have an intense fear of parasites.
I mean, if you only go see one, then you won't have to deal with that problem.
Shut up! Also, here's a picture of Penguin. A cat for your troubles.
Oh no.
Look at her.
Oh.
Okay.
Good kitten. Old lady.
I still love that image of ages of cats, and it'll have like 0 to like 3 months, 3 months to this, that, all the way up to like 20 years, and every single category is little baby.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's true.
Ooh. I'm so glad you filled in that tiny little gap from the hand and ruffle, otherwise I was going to riot.
Let's start a riot.
A riot!
I don't want to, I'm tired.
I don't like what's being said in chat. Mom, come pick me up, I'm scared.
I have rice weevils inside me. Someone made an
You should probably go get that checked out.
I'm just thinking of. So you took an arts and crafts project of making a weevil out of rice and you shoved it up your ass.
Oh no!
And that's how they smuggle them in.
Wait.
Wait.
This fucking meme that everyone sends, it's like, me when I smuggle the blank up my ass.
Are you okay? I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
I actually saw one about the Ghost fandom recently. It's like me walking out of the ritual with Papa 4 up my ass.
Walking out of the airport with the plane up my ass. That just makes me think of the Stephen Wright joke when he's saying that he flew one time, and when they landed, he didn't unbuckle his seatbelt, and he got up, and so he's walking through the airport, dragging the airplane behind him with the seatbelt. I can levitate birds, but nobody cares.
I remember you telling me that one. Oh, I got a fluffy. Thank you, Carlisle. From the front, you look like a bug.
A boob.
Weird bug that lives in my room. Just like Hugh Jackman on Hot Ones looks like a bug.
No, he just looks like distress.
He looks like a distressed bug.
No, he just looks like distressed, like the word distressed. He's in the dictionary now.
I don't know what it is, but that one part where he's giving this blank stare to the camera with his face all red and his eyes watery, he just looks like a bug.
Like from Bug's Life?
Yeah. Hugh Jackman is either the sexiest man I've ever seen, or he's a bug.
Or a terrified puppy. Why did I say that?
That too. Fucking Ryan! I cheat at Wordle. Why did I say that? but not as great as the hot ones available at your local retailers.
That killed me every time he did that.
I'm laughing so much that I'm getting overheated. I need to turn my air conditioner on.
Getting all hot and bothered.
Well, we are talking about Hugh Jackman.
That's true. That's very true.
How you doing, Conehead? The ice cream's got fucking chili in it. We wouldn't do that to you, Hugh.
Just gets paranoid now. He's in so much distress.
Yeah. And he eats the fucking kimchi hot sauce and all stressed out. He's like, "Annyeonghaseyo." I love him so much. He lifts up his arm and he's like sweating buckets.
Oh yeah.
I need to rewatch that video. It's so good.
Yes, it is.
The interview where he and Ryan do one with puppies is also really good. Ryan's like, "You can take him home. He's trained." And Hugh goes, "Not toilet trained." Referring to himself, of course.
Yes.
I believe they also did a lie detector test, and that one was really good. All of the fucking Deadpool Wolverine PR interviews were fucking amazing.
Well, that's what happens
want
when you
to-
have two best friends doing marketing.
Yeah. Two
Except
best friends who are totally not homoerotic together.
Yeah, except if we do any marketing, because then that just kills any chance that anything we're making is gonna be successful.
Yeah. We'd kill it before it ever got off the ground. My phone just went off.
I went to see the Deadpool and Wolverine movie in theaters, and there were little canvases that with really bad paintings of them with memes, and there was a Deadpool Ash baby.
Excuse me?
Okay. Oh, there's a meme picture of, I think it's AI, of a baby that's turned to ash and it kind of explodes and stuff. It's often used whenever like something flashes onto somebody and it's like a reaction type of thing.
I'll be right back.
Didn't mean to scare you off.
Jesus, Carlotte.
There was also Deadpool Wolverine as that like yaoi baby, that really pointy guy. Can't flash me. But how you guys enjoying the stream? I hope you guys are having a good time. I'm having a good time. Well, good. Yeah, I was pretty excited to do this one because I really enjoy drawing jesters and clowns and stuff like that. They're a lot of fun.
I figured out why I smelled onions.
Onions are cooking?
Mom made steak with onion and mushrooms.
Ooh.
Yeah. And I got some cash money. Not much, but someone bought eggs from me.
Oh, cool.
My sister and my aunt, I believe. Anytime I mention that I have sisters, people are like, what the fuck? You have siblings?
I mean, I never heard that you had siblings until like years into us knowing each other.
Because they're not really relevant to my life.
Yeah, I figured. But like when you said, I'm like, what? What? Pardon me?
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, moving on.
They all live like an hour plus away from me, and they're all a lot older than me.
Hmm.
Like my sister Tara, she's almost 50.
Oh, fuck.
My mom had her when she was 16. And my other sister, I learned that she's almost 38,
Oh.
which makes Christina around 35. I am the baby.
The bye-bye. Sexy little bye-bye.
Exactly. And I do have younger sibling energy. Tortillas.
Tortilla.
I had a roommate. You already know about this, but I had a roommate that would get really upset if you didn't say caramel when you said caramel.
Hmm.
And he's like, it's not spelled that way. And I actually looked into it, and the correct pronunciation is caramel.
I always say caramel.
Yeah, but because he was like such a fucking dick about it, I would whenever I would say caramel, I would instead say caramel. It's spelled that way. Eat a dick.
Chris, ever since he was a kid, he's always pronounced crayons as crowns.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I guess that's your Logan Elm education. Which, whenever I think of crayons, I think of how Mr. Rogers says it as crayons.
Crayons?
Mm-hmm. Handfuls of yellow crayons.
And then there's people that pronounce them as delicious. They're called Marines. There's a guy on TikTok who used to be in the army, and he does videos where he acts like the different countries as if they're talking to each other, and it's really fucking funny. Where he has it where the U.S. anytime boats are mentioned, he's like, "Boats! Who's touching my boats? No! Don't you touch my boats!" It's really funny. Because we fucked people up just for touching a boat. Just one boat. We've got 6 billion of them. But every single one's precious.
I see you eyeballing my tortilla. Yesterday, he stole some of my spaghetti, and it stained his beak and feet orange.
Stupid bitch.
No. God damn it. He's like, but Papa, I want your food. It's for me.
Father.
That made me think of Dan's character about the boy who's about ready to die because of his dad, but he doesn't realize it.
That's what I was referencing.
I thought so.
I mean, if I say anything and it's not related to Game Grumps, I had a stroke.
Something's wrong.
I had a stroke, or it's not really me.
Body snatcher.
At least somebody wanted my body.
Yeah. Hot, sexy body like
a
a mastodon man.
Welcome back.
This onion is very sweet. It is a good onion.
Giving me kisses.
No,
No. Well, how's it sweet then?
the flavor.
Yeah, it tastes like kisses. You're the one who decided to be friends with me.
I don't regret my decision.
Well, maybe a little.
I don't. You are a light in my dark life.
Light of my life!
You're not quite Major Feet of me, but you know.
This is how Claude's coming along.
Ain't got no foot.
Yep. My my Tootsie.
When the art's so good, you just have to taste it.
Nom 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 nom.
I get it. The two highest compliments I have ever received on my art were, "This is incredibly hot," and that it makes me want to jerk off. And the second is, "I want to eat it."
I'm gonna fucking pre.
Oh, I flexed my shoulders and my back popped. Ow. I'm falling apart.
The amount of people who have said it's all over the screen to Claude are crazy. Also, he's not leaving the bed. That's one. That one is another scary one.
For real, my friends are so fucking invested in my OCs. They want to fuck every single one of them, and that makes me happy. Like, the biggest flattery I have is when one of my friends go, "I love your OC so much, I'm making a character just to ship with him." And it happens a lot.
I have somebody who friendships Fee with their character. They are the best of friends.
The only thing I've had close to that was my ex-friend being obsessed with my one Roblox OC I had. The only time I had somebody thirst over any of my characters was this guy being super fucking weird about Vicky. Way back in the day. Always just going on and on about her tits.
I zoned out. What are we talking about tits for?
Back in the days, the only time somebody ever kind of thirst over one of my characters was somebody being really fucking weird over Vicky.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And I'm just like, how about no? Whoa.
Of course, I always appreciate it when it's one of my friends that say it. They say shit like, "I want to put him in my mouth." To any of my OCs, and it's very good.
Oh. Forgot a diamond. Forgot a couple diamonds.
Diamondo.
Since there's two of them, they're Binans. And then they go away.
Bye-bye.
Binans!
My favorite part of drawing is just the sketching, mostly. I like doing line art with one specific brush, but if I have to color it, it stresses me out. I still do it, but I hate it. I hated doing line art for a very long time until I found a specific brush that's literally called the Good Pen. Made lining really fun.
I've always loved line art. That's why I do these
I know you do.
things, and why I have... If anybody's interested, on my Ko-Fi, I have a free-to-download coloring book gallery. I have a bunch of line arts that I've done, and they are free to download. At pretty high resolution. I think a minimum of like 3000 by 3000 at 300 DPI. Of course, I also have almost every single drawing that I have saved on my computer that I've made ever since I started doing digital art. So back in 2009, 2010. I've also uploaded all of that onto my Ko-Fi as well, that are free to download. I have very few things that you have to either subscribe or at least do a payment in order to have access to. Because I've given up on putting a paywall on any of my stuff, and I just want people to have my stuff. I don't care anymore. I've been doing this for too
Just
long.
look at it.
Look at my art. My art is amazing. Give it a lick. It tastes... Oh!
It tastes just like poison.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Oh, I use Clip Studio Paint.
Oh, I do too, if you haven't noticed. I mean, you can figure out how to do anything in any kind of art program. People are able to make crazy ass shit in MS Paint.
MS Paint.
In fact, MS Paint had updates a few years ago to where they're able to do almost as much as a lot of art programs are able to now.
There was this one program that I used to play with all the time when I was a kid that I can't remember what it was called, but it was like it was basically MS Paint, except it had a lot more features, and it had a lot of different brushes, stamps. It was one of the first programs to have the airbrush. And I remember spending hours playing on that. Should have known I was an artist, but yeah, I wasn't. Other than that, I wasn't allowed to draw until I was like in 5th grade. Ew, my butt. My booty.
My ass and cheeks. Wow, my ears ringing. Hate that.
Mm. Yeah, when I was little, I used to draw a lot, and I actually got in trouble at church for it, because during Sunday school I hated coloring. So whenever we were given these sheets of paper to color, I just flipped it over and I drew drawings on it, and a lot of times I drew this giant robot that had a whole bunch of arms, and each arm had some kind of weapon, like a sword or an axe or a flamethrower or a cannon, all that stuff. And then I got in trouble for that, and I was actually told that drawing made Jesus upset, and that I was not allowed to do it anymore. So I did, other than like with the drawing programs and stuff, I didn't draw for about another 5 years, because I was like 6 at the time. And then I got back into drawing when we came back to the States, because I used to live in South America, Brazil for a few years. And when we came back, I started drawing, because I like during school, and then I just kept on drawing. And since I only did it on my homework, my parents never knew, because they never helped me with my homework. And so yeah, years and years go by, and eventually in high school, my parents were told about it, and about all the drawing, and they told me that I was grounded from drawing. And I just go, how are you going to stop me? Like, you want me to do my schoolwork, that I can draw my schoolwork. And I always did. So my parents just gave up on that. And now my mom's just upset with me if I'm not making oodles of money from drawing, because she thinks I should be a millionaire. Yeah, and then in school, I only had one art teacher that actually was encouraging people to draw. All the other ones, they were just like, I'm an art teacher, because I can't teach anything else. Like, that's the vibe that you would get if you took their class. And I love that one teacher. He was awesome. I kind of based my teaching off of how he taught. But he retired after 1 year of that I had him, because he was like in his 70s at that point. And the person that replaced him was fresh out of college, and she had no idea what she was doing. And she would teach us stuff. She was good at teaching the textbook stuff, but when it came to us actually doing projects, she was a bitch. She often would tell me that my ideas for my art projects were stupid and terrible. And I was like, well, okay, I'm still doing it. Like, I don't know what you want. I don't know what else you want from me. And so we were at odds a lot. And then she quit and went to go teach kindergartners. And the next teacher I also had problems with, and she also would tell me like my ideas were stupid and everything, and she just did not like me. So then after that, my senior year of high school, I didn't take art class. I took psychology instead. And then I went to art school for college and wasted my money.
Sorry I got quiet. I started discussing ghost things with Jasper.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you do need to devote all of your brain power to that.
Yes.
Mainly just to control yourself.
Yes. Man, I still really like this drawing of Logan I did. This one.
Yeah, it's good soup.
I want him to bite me.
Of course you do.
Yeah. Chipper voice. Yeah. Oh, did I show you this picture I got of Carlisle mid-yawn?
No. Ah!
When he yawns, he shakes his head and he looks like a little flame-throwing dragon. It's adorable.
Welcome back. Alright, I'm doing this thing that I've done a few times, but I really decided that I'm going to be doing it a lot more often from the last piece. Right. There we go. I just really like this effect. I think it looks really cool. Yeah, so I put the black underneath the line art, and then I select the line art, and then I increase the selection by 2 to 3 pixels, and then delete the whatever is inside that with the black, and then it makes this little border thing that makes everything kind of stand out better. I also want to practice more of this shading style. I can't remember. I don't remember if it's actually part of the cross-hatching category, because it's not. You're not crossing the lines, but you are using lines to make shades. But I prefer doing the single line method instead of the actual cross-hatching one. Because I can never get it to look right when I do cross-hatching. Oh shit, his shoes are affected by that. God damn it. Oh, I missed a couple things. Son of a bitch! Why do I suck? I'm not a real artist. No, wait, that's not gonna work. Son of a bitch. No, what am I doing? Jesus Christ, shoot me! I don't know what I'm doing. Help! Help! Send help or pizza. Either one will work. There we go. Much better. Where you at? There you at. Okay, just double check. Wow. Did not realize that there's shapes on the shoes.
Death and dying.
Mm.
Cut my life into pieces.
This is my plastic fork. Why are you guys here? I clearly don't know what I'm doing.
I thought you were gonna say, why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Like, I didn't choose this life, it chose me.
But why are you gay?
Men hot.
I get it.
Sure as the sun is a star.
A star, a star.
I thought you were gonna start singing a Christmas song. I was going to kill you.
I don't hate myself that much. Eat the poo-poo, you see.
It is a sickness in the YMCA.
And they love it. Why are you running?
Young man, there's no need to feel sass. I said, young man, stick your hand in my ass. I said, young man.
Eat the poo-poo, you see. Oh. I'm falling apart. I'm dying, Squirtle. I'm trying to fill this one spot in. Can't figure out why it's not doing it. It's because I have it on the eraser. Shoot me. Having a good time, having a good time. Okay, is there anything else I missed? Oh, there is blush. I can't read references. Okay, I've only been a professional artist for 16 years. And I don't know what I'm doing. You have a curse on it? Well, stop it! Stop it! Get some help. McDonald's.
McDonald's.
What the fuck is this? What was that? Why was that there? Help me. Accidentally poured hot water all over yourself. Oh shit. Why'd you do that? I really like shading with this style, especially with just the line art. I don't want to think about Michael Jordan. I mean, I could do, like, just reenact Michael Jordan, or we can just go with the
Stop it! It's turning me on! Stop!
could go with that. I played the stop and it's turning me on audio. With the shit that we've been saying in this stream, why the fuck do you have me on full blast on your phone?
Why would you do that?
You have no one to blame but yourself. Congratulations, you played yourself. Rex win Claude. Yep, just knock everything over as you're trying to get down.
Oh. I'm sorry, Castle. I think.
I move my chair back and Castle's laying on the wheel.
Of course.
I'm so glad his eye's not hurting him. It's probably not comfortable. It's not hurting him. I guess we have to take a break. I have to hold the kitty. Yeah, the only weird thing is that his eye is coming out of his eye.
Mm-hmm.
But at least it's coming out like the front, so it's not building pressure anywhere. I feel so bad for him. I wish he would stop going through this shit.
Mm-hmm.
He's such a good cat. The main reason why I have this cat is because my mom got him and she, like, the same day she got him, like, apparently a few hours later, she's walking, because this was when I used to live next to my parents. She was walking in my yard, and I'm like, Mom, what are you doing? I lost one of my cats. I'm like, God damn it. So I went and put shoes on and went to go look around and stuff. And turns out he never got out. He was just buried. He just buried himself underneath a pile of blankets because, you know, he's been stressed. He went from one state to another. And he was abandoned by his family and stuff. So, like, he's had a rough time. And my first thought was when I asked, what's his name? She goes, Castle. My first thought was, if he's not a big cat, that's a stupid fucking name. Fortunately, he was a huge cat. He was uber fat. Now the vet says that he's underweight. I'm like, how is he underweight? He's still got a belly. He's just a lot skinnier. But, yeah, pick this cat up. He just basically just wants to be held like a baby. And he'll lay on your shoulder. And he just purrs and purrs. And he'll be like this for hours. Because he's a sweet boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. There it is. I'll be right back.
Mhm.
Okay. I realized I didn't have my phone with me. It's been sitting in my kitchen this whole time. Okay, Castle, I need to finish what I'm doing, so I need to put you back on the floor. Need to clip his nails. So when he gets his surgery done, I'll have him clip his nails as well. I hate that I have to send him in for another surgery. 3 surgeries this year. Fucking ridiculous. Just makes me feel bad for him. Yeah. Like I said, his 7 teeth that got removed, and then a month later his eye ruptured. Now I need to send him in to get his other eye taken out because it's ruptured. Fortunately, I can take him to a place that's able to do the surgery cheap. Like, it cost me less than $200. But the part that sucks is that I have to get up and go and take him across the state in order to get that surgery. So that's an hour drive. And then I have to go pick him up that same day. So I'm going to be driving for about 4 hours on that day. Like I did last time. I have to get him there like by 8, I think. So I have to get up at like 6:30 to get everything together and take him. And then the part I'm gonna hate the most is how out of it he's gonna be. Though he might have been really out of it last time because he had been anesthetized 3 times that week when he got his eye taken out the first time. And he was like uber out of it when I brought him home, and that was a really rough time for me because he's slowly getting out of it, and he's like frantic and freaking out because he's like, my body don't body. And I'm trying to like keep a cone on him. I'm trying to keep him from hurting himself. I had to lay on my bed holding on to him for like 2 or 3 hours as he was slowly coming out of it just to calm him down. And I'm just like, fucking stop. I'm so fucking tired. Because it was an extremely long week to end off an extremely long month that started with me getting fired. So, yeah, February was bad for everybody. Yeah, so fun times. I'm just hoping that he just deals with the anesthesia better this time, and I'm hoping that it was just because he had to be put to sleep several times. Yeah, February, at like beginning of February, I got fired from my job. Without reason. The reason that they gave was complete bullshit, and when I pushed them on them, they were like, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's already taken. It's already done." And I'm just like, "Oh, so you know this is bullshit? Okay, cool. At least we're on the same page." But yeah, got fired, and then the week after that, I got really sick. And I was sick for like nearly 2 weeks. And then as I'm recovering, then the stuff that with Castle with his eye happened. And that was an entire week process with that. So, yeah, February sucked. And I'm just like, wow, it's like 2013 all over again, basically. Because that's when I first got fibromyalgia. Genuinely forgot I was supposed to be drawing my OC. I feel that. I thought Art Fight was in like July, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. I don't want to do art fight.
I always say I will, and then I do like 2 attacks and get bored and stop.
It's kind of how I am with all those like Inktober's and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Partially why I'm trying so hard to actually do this one. That and people actually submitted characters and all that, so I have better motivation. But
Yeah.
Still, just the problem for me is that something comes up and then I get super tired because of my fibro, and and then I'm just like, fuck it, I don't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess technically you can count this as my art fight without the fighting, and I'm doing 30, so...
Yeah.
I mean, we've already broken my record of how many of these challenge drawings I've done.
Mm-hmm. I did a challenge where I drew for 330 something days in a row.
Yeah, that was a sight to behold.
This was like in 2014, and I'm never doing that again, but you know.
You improved a lot.
I did. It helped me improve very fast. It's funny, I haven't drawn Mark since 2016. I still remember the very last time I drew him, too. Don't think I'm ever doing that again.
The last time I drew him was
2019, but that's only because I did that redraw.
Hmm.
all right. I'm excited.
I need to go collect the eggs. I'll be right back.
All right. Defeat the egg side quest. Be like.
Oh, what the hell is this?
Back when I was in school, we didn't have Chromebooks. We had paper and pencils. Those were the days. Oatmeal.
I've always, whenever I've done either fan art or commissions or anything like that, I always get super paranoid while I'm working on it. Like, oh god, what if they don't like it? That's never happened, but I still always think that.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Yes, hello.
I actually have a lot of fun shading like this. One thing I've had to tell people, don't be afraid to make fan art for me. I love all fan art. It doesn't matter the skill level. I love all fan art. It makes me so happy. I will never understand people who are against people making fan art of their characters. Only to the degree that, like, you don't want porn made of them. That's the only part that makes sense to me. Everything else, I'm like, why? Why are you stupid? Why are you yelling?
Checking something real quick. Okay.
All right, one more trick. Duplicate. That's not what I wanted. Why did I do that? All right, duplicate. Go back up here. Make a few selections. Let's do this again. Select. That's better. That's not what I want to select. There we go. Claudism will be real. Alright, invert selection.
I'm back. My mom kept handing me food.
Oh no!
Here, take all this ice cream. Here, take this watermelon. I only have 2 hands.
Mom, please!
She's like, I want to get that coffee ice cream out of the freezer. Take it.
Mom, please, I am but one man.
I cannot eat that much ice cream. I will die. I'm not even lactose intolerant.
I'm lactose intolerant. I can't tolerate people who are lactose intolerant.
I wanted to wait until it stopped raining to go get the eggs, and that turned out to be 10 o'clock at night. Are you lactose? Because I can't tolerate you. That's very good.
Things being fucky with the selection. So I have to do this. And now I'm upset. John's getting upset!
John's getting upset.
Alright. That's better. And that is how I thicken the outline.
Thick.
Thick.
Ew.
Don't judge. I literally just decided to do the single line type of cross hatching because I like it better.
That's called hatching.
Yep. No, that's when they come out of the egg.
Listen here, motherfucker.
I have a shirt that shows what cross hatching is.
I know you do.
The resignation in that was very satisfying.
John's getting upset.
See, this is a design I have on my shirts in my store. This is one of them. I'm a baby bird.
A baby beard.
Beard. All right, time to grab my signature. Where is you?
There we
I
go.
literally made my signature into a brush.
I just made an image that I can import.
A brush is faster.
Technically. You know what else is faster? Your mama, how about that?
Your mom.
Shut the fuck up. I have the brain cell, fuck off!
Technically, my mom is not very fast. She is disabled. Your mom goes to college.
Your mom goes to college. Yes. Okay. Time to do the postings of this.
Posterino.
Maybe I should actually save it in a way to where I can do that. That might be a good idea, dumbass.
I was about to say dumbass.
Leave me alone. I wasn't.
Dim of wit, dumb of ass.
I wasn't dropped on my head. I was thrown.
Actually reminded me, my mom told me that when I was a baby, I rolled off my dad's stomach and onto the floor.
Whoop!
So I kind of was dropped. Kind of.
Self-induced dropping.
Mhm.
That explains some things.
No, that comes from the trauma.
It's just like every time someone in the stream's like, man, you're really funny. I was like, thanks, I'm very traumatized.
I'm very traumatic.
Yeah, I'm very traumatic. You wouldn't believe the trauma I put onto other people.
Traumatized me into being your friend. I have Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. That's why you're into a Swedish band.
Yeah.
I'm not walking away from this the same. Yes!
I've met my goal.
I am the cause for people's need of therapy. That's all I live for.
Oh,
Boo.
that's scary.
I really like this effect of the border around the lines.
Looks really cool.
I'm glad I was messing with stuff and I was like, I wonder.
That's pretty neat.
That's pretty neat. Alright. Pixilart. Where is you? Here is you. Wow, I find it really insane that YouTube is the active chat tonight.
Yeah. My mic is picking up Carlisle.
Yep. I've discovered a thing on Pixilart that if you go onto your wall and start acting like you're making a post, but then you add the picture, you can make the title of the image way longer than it allows you if you went to the upload image process. It's like nearly twice as many characters you can do. Yeah, I fucking hate how Pixilart does a lot of things because it's very stupid and dumb.
Stupid and also dumb. Who the hell is messaging me on Facebook at this late at night?
How dare. How dare you commute with me? Is it pronounced Jeff Goldblum or Jeff Goldblum? And I tell them the same thing. How dare you speak to me? I fucking love that. Yeah, I've not been able to actually use YouTube for very much lately because it's been absolutely throttled for like a week, 2 weeks now. No, I will not turn off ad block. Go fuck yourself. Bing bong. The Claudins. Yeah, I really like how this turned out. I feel like I finally hit a groove with these drawings. Like I enjoyed the first one, but I don't know. I wasn't really feeling a certain way about it. I like how it turned out, but yeah, I wasn't feeling like I have been with these recent ones. The second one, I really liked how the second one turned out with the line art and everything. That kind of gave me that feeling like, ooh, yeah, this is why I'm good at line art. And pictures posted, by the way. The third one, I'm happy with how it turned out. It was quite the struggle, but I am happy with how it turned out. God damn, you guys are quick. me. Yeah, the fourth one. I don't know. I kind of like it, but I kind of don't. Like, I felt like I struggled with that one a lot. I think it's mainly because, like, by the time I was doing that one, I was so fucking exhausted from doing book stuff and everything, and I was in so much pain that during that process. And then just like kind of taking it easy with the fifth one was really nice, very relaxing. Really liked doing that. And then the sixth one, I think I was starting to kind of get into a groove. And then the one from last night, I really like how that one turned out. Like the pose, the gun especially. I'm just like, I drew gun. And I'm feeling really good about this one as well.
Yeah, this one looks great.
Here we go. Like my son now. Yep, I feel that. Look at him! Look at him! You look at him! Oh. Yeah, it's gotta be another night of not doing anything after the draw. Jesus Christ, Rex. I see your comments in that repost. I noticed. That's funny. I just see a repost and then first comment's just next one is Claude. Third one, I'm slobbering. Fourth one, Claude.
Good shit.
I'm ready. My body is ready. Oh man, that was very amusing. Now, question about Claude. Is Claude immortal? And I mean like canon-wise. Ah. Part Fae, okay. I probably should have told you to do a lore dump while I was working on them, because I'm a slut for lore, so. I mean, we can just kind of do a just chatting segment, just chill and just talk about our characters and gush over them. I'm a fan of that. Claude. Rex is having a stroke. Send help or pizza. So the reason why I asked, send Claude. The reason why I asked about Claude being immortal, because like pretty much any character that Fee runs into who's immortal, she basically instantly becomes friends with, or she thinks they're best friends. They might hate her guts because she's all about death and shit, but she's like, oh man, Bestie's so amazing. They shot me like 37 times. It was hilarious.
Julian's immortal.
Yeah, and we've already discussed their interactions. And I fucking love it. Just, what a woman.
Julian would have a lot of fun asking her to try to hurt him, just to see if she can.
And she'd be like, yeah! You're my new best friend.
I mean, Fee dies, but she doesn't die.
Yeah, she dies much like how a lot of deities die. Just comes back. She's herpes.
She died, but she got better.
Yeah. Well, she killed me. You died? I got better. Yeah, because it does seem like Fee and Claude would be very good friends. Of course, also Fee thinks that she's best friends with the character that Fee's design was originally based on. But no, that character fucking hates her guts. Because that character does not like violence and killing and stuff. But Fee thinks that they're the best of friends.
Fee is delusional.
Yeah. Pretty much any time that especially if it's like someone that she has a hard time killing, she's like, oh, this is fun. I love this.
I choked some watermelon juice.
Don't do that. Don't get meloned. He looks like he like little... Okay. Oh. He said that. Okay, that makes more sense. That one drawing I did of Fee where she ate radioactive cookies. Someone asked, how can someone so violent also be so wholesome? And I was like, because she's perfect. See, my phone agrees
Man,
with me.
I wish someone got so excited over my OCs that like Rex is over Claude.
Yeah, that's definitely a feeling of I've made it. That was my phone. I have a ringtone of Mega Man dying for my notifications. Because my actual ringtone is the theme song for Mega Man X when you're doing Armored Armadillo's stage. Because I fucking love that song. I love Fee's design so much, by the way. Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm extremely proud with her design. And my friends helped me with her color scheme.
You're welcome.
I said that once with Justin in the call, and he was like, I feel so noticed.
I'm a jackass.
And that's why we're friends. Yeah, it's... I wish I could remember my thought process when redesigning Fee. All I remembered was thinking, I'm probably going to draw this character a couple times. I should simplify her so that it's not so much of a pain in the dick to do. And then I just came up with that design. And then struggled with the colors because I'm pretty shit with colors a lot of times.
I'm surprisingly not, even though I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm that way with everything, so.
You're not special.
Okay, I'm gonna be so for real with you. I love Warhammer, so seeing Major Fee is just fueling my Imperial Officer obsession. There is a heavy influence of Warhammer 40k with Necropole in general, but also a bit with the design. Of course, the her design was also mostly influenced by Nazi officers, mainly the jackets. At least I looked at a bunch of them and I was like, okay, because they look sharp, and so I was like, I want to do something that's kind of like that. So there's some influences from there.
See, I would draw Fee, but I mostly draw men and I mostly draw porn.
Yeah. Of course,
Yeah.
Fee kind of looks androgynous anyway.
True.
Because I wanted to give her a slim build. Although I still have a hard time not drawing thick thighs because why would I do that?
They look good.
Thick thighs save lives. Although with her, I try to keep them skinnier than usual because she's supposed to be a rail. Like if she was completely naked, she would look like a corpse.
And I love that for her.
It's why her skin is kind of green and her hair is gray. It's because it started to go that way when she died a whole bunch of times.
But I mean, you see the kind of characters I draw.
They have huge tits.
Hex, but yes.
They're
I do not draw the breastly booblies.
they boobily breastly.
I like drawing them fazoobies.
Yeah, fazoobies. Them
And I
bitties.
like drawing a lot of muscles.
Yeah. She's definitely not muscular.
No, but I think I would try to draw her, like, just her a full body with clothes on, obviously. Just to see if I can.
The jiggle jongles scare you?
Genuine answer, I hate tits. They gross me out.
I need to draw more Fee being the war criminal that she is.
Fuck yeah. Commit war crimes.
Enjoy life. Commit crime.
Wait, I have a pen. A pin.
I have an apple. Up your butt.
I have a pin of Hannibal and Will from Hannibal that says choose violence, and it's very cute. It made me think of that for some reason.
Yeah, but she could also eat more radioactive cookies. She could. I don't think I'll make a canon to where she's immune to radiation, because she's already practically immune to fire because of how she resurrects. I mean, there is a limit to how much heat she can tolerate. What was that? I actually need to pull that up because I haven't thought about that for a while. I'm going to commit several war crimes. I'm going to be wanted in every country.
All right.
It's a D&D thing. It's very funny.
Okay.
There's a wild gorilla in the woods.
That reference went over my head.
I mean, you are short enough, so it's fine.
Fuck you.
All right. I'm glad you got to hang out, and I'm glad I got to make the thing and all that. Hopefully, we'll see you again. Remember, I will be doing these streams every day at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time throughout the month. Until it is required to change that. But yeah, so just keep that in mind. Make sure you do the follows and all that. But yeah, take care. We're going to be chilling for just a little bit longer, and then I'll be ending the stream.
I'm actually going to hop out now. I have a headache.
I have that effect on people.
You said that last time.
Because it's true. And I'm also not original, and I cannot think of anything.
You made me laugh too hard, and it gave me a headache.
Yes. Okay, you can go now.
Well, I'll see you later.
See ya. Torbeck needs some help with his bra. I've not watched a full episode of any of their stuff. I just watched all the highlights. And they're very funny. I also very much love Chuckles. Yeah, I play D&D. I'm actually a forever DM, and I prefer to be a DM. I haven't played for like 4 years, but the last 2 games that I did were a lot of fun. I like to have like these epic adventures that have a lot of horror elements scattered throughout it, and there's a lot of like lighthearted fun things in there as well, but I like to have a like really fucked up dark fantasy type of shit going on. So like the first campaign that I was DMing a few years ago was basically I had 3 players. The hardest thing about this was that, so I live in the Midwest. One player lived in California, the other one lived in Sweden, and the other one lived in Italy. so it was a little difficult for us to line things up, but we managed to do that. And so the 3 players, they all decided to make characters that one was a lizard man, one was a dragonborn, and one was a kobold. So since they're all basically cold-blooded, they called themselves the Lizard Squad, which was amusing. Oh, and basically we never got to finish it, but it started off with they were going to investigate some weird happenings at this like massive forest on the continent that they're on. Yep, I forgot to get out of that call. It's like, what the fuck? So they go there because the animals are acting really weird and are being super aggressive, and some of them have weird fleshy things growing on them. So then they go there, and the deeper they go into the woods, the more things start looking fucked up. To where everything starts being covered in flesh, and it starts looking like the Thing everywhere. And then they get to the center of it, and they find that one of the gods is being used to fuel a flesh Deku tree. It's not actually a Deku tree, but it's as big as one to help you visualize it. And that was their first boss fight. And I like to do boss fights where there's a little bit of puzzles with it. So basically they were fighting these like fleshy creatures, and one of them remembered that the goddess that right before the fight started was begging them to kill her. And so then when they did kill her, it caused chaos, basically. And like hordes of, or like the flesh started falling apart and stuff. The tree was screaming, which the tree itself was made out of millions of creatures, basically kind of fused together. And so then they all had voices and they were all screaming. They managed to escape because the NPC that I made to help them along for a bit, like used a teleport thing. Unfortunately, she lost her foot in the process. And so then it's like that one SCP, the flesh that hates. Yeah. See, I just love body horror, so I just like came up with this stuff, and it was it's a lot of fun. But so because they went through something like that, I had them take an insanity point, and so we rolled for what kind of quirk they have now. And this is important because the lizard man got a thing where he is just absolutely addicted to alcohol. He goes rabid when he smells it. This is important for later. And like I can't remember what the other quirks were that the other two got, because it didn't really play into much later on. But they to also do a little bit of building. They're all beastmen. which is kind of rough in the city that they were in. Which this city was basically like, kind of like the east coast of the United States, where you go from Maine all the way down to Florida. That was one city. And that's where like 98% of the continent's population lives. And so, the city does not like beastmen, because 70 years prior, there was this huge uprising where like all the beastmen, so like the Minotaur types, the lizard types, furries basically in general, had an uprising. Loads of people died. They got taken down, and then there's just been this massive tension between them ever since then. And there's an organization that was trying to rebuild the connection between the other races and the essentially furries. And so that's why they were the ones investigating all these things. Then they were sent to a location way up north. And it was at this point that they separated from the NPC, because I wanted the NPC to help them out at first, to kind of be that support in case things went bad early into the campaign. I think I actually still have. I think I have some sketches. I do have some sketches. I just need to make sure I remember where I put them, because I did a lot of art for these campaigns. Here, is it this one? Oh, I could have sworn I drew that one. No, I drew a later one. This was supposed to be a boss fight later on in that campaign. Or this was the original concept for one. Ended up going with is that in here? Ended up going with this one that was going to be the boss fight, but they never got around to it. But this was going to be essentially what they were going to go up against for a boss fight. Essentially, this was an archmage that made a deal with the big bad guy, and didn't think it through, and turned into a flesh creature. But so they were going to go up north. They separated from the NPC whose name was Stray. And on the way there, they stopped at a tavern for the night. And they were just dropped off. The guy that was taken was like, okay, I'll be back here in the morning. And then drove off. And then the next series of events made me hate everyone for a month. So they go towards the door. The lizard man came from a village that doesn't have doors, so he wasn't sure what it was. But he was told to go through it, so he starts pushing, but it's shut, so it doesn't budge. And so the guy goes, I push the door, and I say, like, okay, well, it doesn't open, and you hear some squeaking and stuff as the hinges take on the tension. And then we're just silent for a moment, because me and the person playing the lizard man have played a fair bit, not together, but we played D&D a fair bit. So we were like, okay, we're gonna give them a chance to kind of react to this. They have no reaction; they're silent. And so he's like, okay, I push the door harder, and I'm like, well, okay, there's more straining. You're starting to hear some cracks and stuff, but it still doesn't open. And then we're silent for a bit. They don't say anything. And he's like, okay, I push the door even harder. And I'm like, okay, we're doing this. You bust through the door. And as soon as you get in, you see that it's full of people who are enjoying their food and drinks and alcohol. And he's like, oh dear God. And I tell him to roll for something. And he's like, okay. And he rolled, and I think he rolled a big number. And I'm just like, you go rabid. And then I tell him that, and he knows exactly what to do. And he starts saying, like, he's going to every table, just guzzling down alcohol, eating people's food, just going absolutely crazy. And remember, people don't like furries or scalies or whatever term you want to call it, beastmen. So everybody's like, what the fuck? And they get kicked out. When they get outside, there's some people there who want to kill them. And so then they get into a fight, and they killed a few of them in front of a bunch of people. And then the Dragonborn summons a bunch of shadow wolves to scare everyone. And I'm like, you guys are literally becoming terrorists. We can't do this. Why? Why are you doing this? And then they're like, okay, now we want run. And I'm just like, ah. So now they're like hiding in some alleyways, and I'm just like, what the fuck? God damn it. So I'm thinking of like how we're supposed to do it. Because the fucking plan was just, they go in, they do some role playing, they go to sleep, they wake up, do some more role playing, and then they get on the cart and they go to the place. But no, now we gotta go on a detour. So fortunately, the Cobalt is a city, like a city slicker, basically, and he knows the underground. He's grew up around criminals and stuff, so he knows somebody who could help them out. So then they sneak through the city, and they get to the person that he knows who owns a club, and the guy welcomes them in with open arms. He's a really nice guy, very cheery and everything, super fat. He was an extremely fat what the fuck are they? God damn it, I keep on seeing the word and then it disappears. Half demon, half humans. I can't remember what they're called. Or they have demon blood in their Tiefling. So imagine an obese tiefling. And he's running this club, and and I just mentioned, like, yeah, you know, this club's kind of a front. Where in the basement he has his like drug operation where he makes this one really potent drug, and that was a mistake, because the guy who's the Cobalt's like, ooh, I want to go down there and see it, and I'm like, don't, no. So they go down, and now I have to just on the spot. I've been on the spot ever since the fight. I've been making everything up on the spot. But now I have to make up an entire drug production line on the spot. And I'm just thinking, don't kill their characters. Don't do it. Don't kill their characters. Don't do it. I want to so bad, but don't do it. And then we were done, and I was like, I'm not talking to any of you right now. But yeah, so then, like, next session, it's next day, they go to where they're supposed to. And they go up to, like, this... Up north, it's very much like, very mountainous and stuff. And they're traveling there. They're supposed to meet someone who's going to help them figure out, like, what's going on, because there's some weird shakings and stuff. And on the way there, they have a bit of a fight with this creature. And they had to figure out how to fight this creature without getting into melee range, because they were taking damage whenever they got close to him. Me when I wake up in the morning, yep. But they won the fight. But the thing is that when this thing died, it's kind of like a boomer in Left 4 Dead. It exploded. And so then, yeah, I think the one that was closest was the Lizardman. And so then he actually took a fair bit of damage from that. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I like to give characters items that will evolve with them throughout the campaign. And I gave the Lizard Man an axe that does extra damage to these corrupted creatures. So that thing was kicking ass. He was kicking ass because he built his character really well. He was starting to be an ass and, like, being full of himself with just being like, oh yeah, I can take on practically anything, and just being like, yeah, oh, I got this, don't worry, I can, if anything comes across us, I can snap it in half, blah 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 blah. Not in character, this was just him. And it's like, okay, you're starting to get on my nerves. So I had it where they were, as they were on their way up north, they got sold out to some hunters who were hunting them. And the hunters were part of a group called, I think it was called Hunters of the Bleeding Eye. And these are mercenaries that don't do work for money, they do work for blood. And one of them is a character of mine that I've had for a very long time, and I like to put her in random things because she's a lot of fun. She is a muscle mommy in every sense of the word, or the term rather. Where are you at? Like, this is Claire. And yeah, these are scars all over her because she She doesn't like tattoos. She thinks tattoos are for pussies. Why would you put ink in your skin when you can just rip the skin off and then it'll have the same thing? Yeah, she is an extreme sadomasochist. One more picture of her and then we'll get back to that. Here's a picture of her cleaning up after her mission. She works for a crime organization. I mainly did this piece because I was doing a muscle study. But yeah, she's a total badass. But yeah, so I like to take her and put her into stuff. So I had it where she was part of this group, and so I made her stats and everything. And when they get into a fight, she's like, "I've got the big guy." And she uses 2 swords. She dual wields. But she doesn't just use 2 swords. She dual wields great swords. Because I was going to make this hurt. And he was kind of intimidated at first, but then he was like, "Oh no, I got this. All I have to do is grapple her. And then I basically got this in the bag." So then they get into the fight, and he goes, "All right, I grapple her." And so then with the grapple, you have to do a strength check. And so then, and I just go by her stats. I didn't give her insane stats. I gave her stats that would be appropriate to what level she was and class and all that stuff. And then I just made up a feat where she can dual wield great swords. But yeah, he rolls his strength check. It's really high. It's not 20, but I think it was like an 18. And I rolled it for her, and he's just like, "Yeah, I got this." And I go, "Yeah, you don't grapple her." And he's like, "What? What?" I was like, "Yeah, you don't grapple her." And then help. So then he takes a shit ton of damage from her swords, and then because he was taking so much damage, I decided to I was gonna pour some salt into the wound. She throws her swords aside and is like, "Okay, we're doing this hand to hand now." Because also she's not corrupted or anything like that. She doesn't take the extra damage from the axe. It's just a normal axe otherwise. So they start doing hand-to-hand combat, and she ends up grappling him. And he's just like, oh no, oh no, oh no. But then I was like, okay, this is probably enough. I need to figure out a way for them to get out of it. So I had it to where Stray came back and found them and kind of rescues them. Because I found a homebrew class that was an archer cleric, so she was able to actually use her spells with her arrows, type of thing. Which was really cool. I really liked that one. But yeah, so they get away and everything, and then they try to find the person who ratted them out. But by the time they get there, the bleeding eye gets there, and so they're just watching as my Claire character goes into this room with a whole bunch of other other NPCs, slaughters all of them but one, who is a gnome, picks him up by his collar, and is like, and she's fucking pissed. And like she's like screaming at him, and I made up a word. I think it was schlicks. Which, cause the group was looking through like a tear in the cloth of the tent, and the kobold would be the only one who knew that the word schlick was essentially like saying the N word for lizard people. And so she's like screams that like because she was super embarrassed about being outsmarted. And so then she screams that, throws the gnome in the air, and does that like, I don't know what it's called, but it's that kind of kick where like you're trying to kick a door down. Basically, she does that, kicks him so hard his spine comes out of his back and he flies out. And the guy playing the kobold, it's like, oh, breach kick, yeah. And yeah, did this is Sparta on his ass. And and then like they leave, and the guy playing the kobold like looks to the others, and the others like, what was that? And he's like, I am incredibly scared and incredibly aroused right now. And yeah, so they so now fast forward to where they're up north. They find the guy that they're supposed to meet up with, who is a dwarf who's been studying the weird happenings going on up north, because that's been happening actually a lot longer than the stuff that was going on with the forest. And so they actually go, and they go to a cave. Where are you at? Here it is. So they go to a cave. This is the cave. Seems all right. Nothing weird going on. But yeah, they keep on fighting less fleshy creatures, but like heavily armored creatures. And they're also running into essentially an antagonist whose name was Jeff. Basically just a recurring enemy who is essentially a corrupted magic user. And yeah, they go in to the cave, and the deeper they go into the cave, the more fleshy it becomes. They climb through a bunch of stuff, and then they come to a room. The room is the source of all the corruption happening in the cave and in the area. Nope, this is the one. There we go. So they come to this room. The characters... are like that big. That's how big this room is. So and this is actually a boss fight right here. What they have to do is that they have to give the dwarf enough time to cast a spell, and it's a spell that allows him to like understand what's going on here and to find a way to kill it. And so basically this is a timed boss fight, because then Jeff shows up again. And his goal is to get to the dwarf. And he has backup. So it becomes a pretty difficult fight. And then the dwarf is able to get information about what's going on, but he can't figure out how to kill this thing. And this is when I start like giving hints about like what's going to happen in the future. The lizard folk player, I tell him that he hears a voice that tells him to throw the axe. So he throws the axe, it gets covered in this weird shadow smoke, and then it just like, as if a railgun fired it, it goes right through, like that, basically, pierces through, and kills this creature, and makes like all the fluids in here start to rip open and pour out. So then they have to sprint out, as also there's lots of like these holes here and lots of tiny ones just like rip open, and these spider-like creatures start flooding the area as well. So they're being chased by millions of these creatures, and the place is starting to fill up with nasty. So then they're running away, and they're going back through the way that they came, and I decided that I don't want them to rely on the NPC. Ick and legs type shit. So I was like, I'm gonna kill this NPC off. So I had it to where she gets essentially wrapped up and gets injected with whatever's corrupting all these things. So she's fucked either way. And so instead of like letting the corruption take her or anything like that, she sacrifices herself by turning herself into a living bomb, which manages to close off like this opening here, kind of like closes that off so that the flooding doesn't overtake them. And yeah, they were really upset about that. I didn't realize how attached they were to this character. Like, they were legit sad. Because she was a cute character. She was a lot of fun. And everything. She was kind of like the mother of the group. But yeah, and then like they escape and everything. And then this is when I start finally getting into the exposition. Like, what the fuck is going on? 2 areas of the world are being corrupted and experiencing some weird mutations and shit. What's going on? Well, there was this woman years ago, thousands of years ago, who was who lived in a village that was taken over by an orc raiding party. This was during a time when like the orcs were kind of being like the Huns, and we're just expanding and destroying and all that shit. And her village was hit. All the adults were killed, all the children were taken, and then they were used in any way you can imagine. And then years go by, and she sees something fall from the sky. She manages to sneak out and investigates, and basically it was an alien. And the alien basically infected her and promised to give her anything that she would desire if she would feed it. And by feeding it, meaning infect. So she infected all the other now teenagers, and they slaughtered the orcs, completely destroyed the orc empire that was growing, and then expanded out and became essentially the new Huns, except everything was turned into one flesh. Eventually they were pushed back, and she and her siblings went into hibernation. And this big ass creature is one of her siblings. And they're like all creatures that experience this flesh corruption stuff, they're in non-stop horrific pain. Like, for basically, essentially for all eternity, or until they die. Which, if there's nothing that actually kills them, they live forever. And so then essentially what's going on is that she's back. And she's back with a vengeance. And then that's as far as the campaign got, which I was kind of upset about. Because the person who was playing the Dragonborn said that they couldn't come to any more sessions. And it's like, well, can't really just do two players. Really. Like 3 is kind of a minimum for me, at least. So that kind of destroyed the campaign, which I was upset about, because I had a lot of stuff planned where, like, they were going to go to the other side of the continent and raise an army because the East City was being attacked and was getting infected and stuff. And they were like going to lead an army to kill this the bad guy. They were actually going to end up fighting side by side with the Hunters of the Bleeding Eye, and like have battles with them fighting on their side, and all that. And then they were gonna like have those awesome boss fights and everything. And then I even had a twist at the end where when they defeated the big bad guy, it was actually going to end up being where this other being that I've been hinting throughout the entire campaign, or I was going to be hinting throughout the entire campaign up to this point, this person would show up and kill her, absorbing her and her power, and then thanking them for doing this favor for him, and then disappearing. And that was how that campaign was going to end. And it was supposed to be like a redemption arc for like furries and shit. And all that. But it didn't happen. But fortunately, shortly after that, we had another group to do a campaign with. So I came up with a different one. And I wanted to make it very different. And another thing with this one is now we have the guy from California, the guy from Sweden. We now also have someone. Have someone from New York, someone from South Africa, and someone from Norway. Bigger group, more fun. So with this campaign, I kind of wanted to go more into a smaller in scope, but still the same consequences type of thing. Or same level of consequences. Stakes, rather. So in this new campaign, in this world, like everyone is like very much a religious zealot. Like being a religious zealot is normal. There's massive pantheons and stuff, and everybody is like super into it. And there's lots of like crusades and stuff that have been going on throughout the history. There's different levels of the deities. I had this all written out of all the different levels and all the different things that they represented and all that stuff, and how the hierarchy worked out, and what races kind of leaned more into what deities and all that stuff. But this campaign was going to focus more on one massive city that was like, it was like New York City if it had a massive wall around it. All right, Rex. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of talk about this one, and then I'm gonna end the stream. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you again soon. But yeah, so yeah, big ass city, huge walls. It's a very militarized city. And it's going through a lot of hardships because it's experiencing a plague that they cannot figure out how to deal with. I didn't even think about it at the time, but this was during COVID, so it wasn't even supposed to be a parallel of it. It's just like, oh, this will be good. This will explain why a lot of things are the way they are, and this will cause some restrictions for some stuff. Didn't even think about the fact that we're in COVID at the time. Yeah, basically it was medieval COVID. But yeah, so the city has sent out like a request throughout the kingdoms, like begging for help to deal with this. They don't know if it's an organic thing or if it's controlled by magic or what. It does not. It's very inconsistent. It changes all the time, and it's extremely deadly. And it's basically kind of throwing things into chaos. So that's why all the characters are there. One or two of them actually live, like, are natives to the city, but everybody else was like out from outside. And not a whole lot to say about what happened with this campaign, because it didn't it lasted even less as long as the last one. But a couple of interesting things happened, like I got to enjoy throwing in a humorous bit where they had to go through like a bureaucratic process. Well, maybe not. They had to go through some red tape
in order to like get a license to operate in the city. Because like the city was basically under martial law at that point. And so the funniest thing about that process was that they had to go through different checkpoints, where each checkpoint was essentially them in a waiting room needing to fill out paperwork, and then they would get clearance to go to the next section, where they would be in a waiting room and filling out paperwork. And every single checkpoint had an old woman who was very obnoxious to them and would also flirt with a couple of the characters who the players hated her the most, because she was Naz from Monsters Inc. And so they would come in, and I would go, and I'd be like, take whatever form you need to take. They're over there. Grab a pen. Do not keep the pen. And like a couple of the players were like, oh god, I can't deal with this. And I'm just like, oh man, that just means I'm going to have this character more often. I'm always watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. But yeah, so like every single checkpoint had that character. And that was really funny. And like, so then every now and then I would kind of like threaten them with that character. Just like you just get this feeling of like an annoying voice, and they're just like, oh god, no. But don't make me summon the receptionist. Yeah. Exactly. So that was funny. And then they are doing their investigations, and they get word that there is a kind of like a refugee camp sort of type of thing, where it's not really a camp, but it's a huge building that was a like a hotel, and it's been turned into a medical facility, and it's holding a lot of people who are possibly infected. So, and they're like known as being like the leaders of fighting whatever is causing the plague. So they go there and they're investigating stuff. Some of the players don't trust the people that are there. And so then at one point the party splits, because a couple of them wanted to go take care of something at like the central hub of the investigation, which was at the city's cathedral. And the other half like stayed behind and like did some more snooping around. Well, the ones that stayed behind found that the people running this kind of medical facility were doing some, in the eyes of the cultures here, terrible things. To us, it'd be like, well, it makes sense, but to the cultures here, it's horrible. So these people here are like, in a way it would be considered malpractice, but like to us it wouldn't. So these are followers of the deity that basically the city is based off of. And so they prayers and stuff are used a lot. Spells essentially don't really exist. It's more like faith and Dark Souls on how it works. So it's not like how spells work typically. So, but they weren't getting anywhere with their treatments and stuff. Neither things of physical nor of spiritual was helping. So then they started praying to other gods and trying other methods that are essentially deemed heretical. And so I gave them a choice. I was essentially like, I don't say things outright. I like to have it where the players kind of come up with this stuff. So they had a choice. They could rat these so it would be the equivalent of, say, a community where the medical facility and the staff there, and the community is like extremely religious and, say, Christianity, and to where like the way that they cure the sick and stuff is through prayer and whatever kind of religious practices that could be involved with that. And then, like, say they're having some issues where they cannot take care of this one disease that's just decimating the community. So the people there start praying to, like, Hindu gods, or like to Allah, or stuff like that, and that's considered to be blasphemy. So they had a choice. They either rat out these physicians and people running this facility, who are the leaders in figuring out how to deal with the plague. Like, they're far more advanced in how to treat it than anyone else, and they're still kind of clueless, but they're still the leaders in this fight. So rat them out, or don't, essentially. Well, they decide to rat them out. And in a process of like 20 minutes, soldiers show up. They take out all supplies. And then they shove all patients and all staff back into the building that's being used. Because remember, it's like a giant hotel. And then they cast a spell that incinerates the entire building. And like 2,000 people die because of that. And the players, half of the players watched that happen. Yeah, I mainly did that to really show how serious the powers that be are about this, because that's how devastating this plague is. It's like to the point to where they built a massive wall separating the city, like part of the city, from the rest. And to where it's kind of like how in what's it called? The Division, the Dark Zone. It's kind of like that. These massive walls where you have to go through like little checkpoints to actually get to the other side. Yeah, it is pretty much like that. yeah, so they kind of get the message after that point. And so then when the whole party is back together, they kind of get into an argument. And realize, well, there's nothing we can do now. But what the fuck? Let's see, from there... I don't remember a whole lot that went on, except that there was one point where I'm sitting there thinking I'm surrounded by idiots because I gave them a puzzle. Yeah, talk about blood on their hands. I gave them a puzzle that I thought would be a head scratcher for like 10 seconds. Because I basically described they're in a sewer. They're trying to find a hidden city that's underground. I described this area that a map they were given. And that map they were given, where like the entrance was. So I describe it. It's like any other sewer. There is a particular brick though that seems to be extra smooth. Not distractingly smooth. But if you like did decently on your investigation skill, you would notice like, there's something different about this brick. And so then they spent 15 fucking minutes. All these players. Multiple players. More than one player. As in, not just a single one. As in, multiple brain cells were supposed to be used. As in, they're fucking idiots. They are trying to figure out what they can do to this brick. And they're, like, most of the time, they're sitting there trying to figure out how they can pull it out. It's like watching paint dry. Yeah, I'm sitting there going like, are you serious? Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't want to just tell them what to do. And then like they keep asking me questions and I just explain things. They like, well, I do this. And I was like, okay, roll. They roll. It doesn't matter what they roll. It's like, it doesn't work. And I'm just like, oh my god. So then I messaged my friend who was the lizard folk in the last campaign. I was like, do you know what the solution is? And he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what the solution is. I go, then fucking do something, please. I'm going to kill myself. And so he's like, okay. He just pushes everybody to the side, pushes the brick in, and the door slides open. And I'm just like, and they're just like, oh. And I'm like, yeah. I hate you all. Oh, it was horrible. But yeah, and then they follow the secret passageway, and it leads them to this big old city that's underground and stuff. And this was going to be their new headquarters. Because I think they kind of fucked up and were not well liked up on the surface anymore. I think that's what happened. But yeah, and they had a place to stay. Yeah. Well, so they had a place to stay. And they could always come back to the city and restock and all that stuff. And so then from there, they went on this one quest, mission, whatever, that was going to further investigate what was going on in the infected zone. They get to... I forget exactly what happened. All I can remember is that they went through some shit, found a room that had a teleporter in it. They go through the teleporter, and they're inside a chapel, but like the basement of a chapel. And surround, like, covering the walls, the ceiling, the floor, every single crack are these fleshy roots. Yes, more fleshy stuff. But it's a little bit different this time. The roots also have like all these bumps all over them. And there's these flowers on some of them. It's weird. But yeah, they try to leave. One of them does I think one of them did something really fucking stupid. I think like one of them tried to went and cut one of the fleshy root looking things. Because when they got out of the basement, they go into they get into like the chapel where like the preaching does and stuff. I suddenly can't remember what that's called. And the church is basically completely covered in these vines and roots and stuff, and like some of them are super thick. And and then they've realized that some of them have these pods like kind of growing off them, kind of looking like fruit, and they can see inside them, and there are people inside them. And I think that's like one of them tried to cut one of the people out. I can't remember exactly. And yeah, like they did something. It causes a massive roar, and everything starts shaking. And then they're basically like zombies. They've fought a couple of them already, but they're basically zombies that started bursting out of the ground. And they kind of look like if you took a human and a roly-poly and fused them together in a way to where it looked like you shoved the roly-poly inside the person, but like a massive one. And so then like they had to fight some of them. They run out, and like the entire section of the town is just covered in these vines and shit. And the vines start moving, and all that. So then, but they managed to escape back into the sewers, and then they got back to the underground city and stuff. But they're just like, holy fuck, what the fuck? And then the campaign ended there because shit happened. I can't remember exactly. I think it's because I got a job, a part-time job, and it was making it more difficult for me to keep running it. But the plan was I had another character that I made who was going to be the big bad guy. And I really like this character. She's really cool. Let's see here. So this was going to be the big bad guy in this campaign. Her name is Athara.
and she is the mother of the Carnavi. And the Carnavi are essentially carnivorous plants made of flesh. And Athara was, even in this campaign, like this was kind of her backstory as well. Another one of those, like, way back in the day, way long time ago, Athara was a very well respected sister of or mother rather, she had a very high ranking of a religious sect of the of a religious sect of the pantheon that focuses more on life and nature and shit like that. And she absolutely hates civilization with a passion. And so her goal was to basically find a way to have it where nature can destroy civilization and go back to how it was. And she developed the Carnavi, which are literally like an extension of herself. Yeah, she's kind of like Poison Ivy, if Poison Ivy was a bit more dedicated to world domination. Yeah, and so she made this essentially a new species, and she spent years planting seeds throughout the cities. If she was religious about her plants. Yeah, so then she plants seeds throughout the cities, and then just one day when they were mature enough, unleashed them onto the world, and she nearly succeeded in her plans. But there was a adventure party who took her down. They thought they killed her. They didn't. They almost did. But they all died. And she had basically was gone for so long that practically everyone forgot about her. And so this plague is actually her coming back. And the plan was that the plague was going to get so bad, and the spreading of the Carnavi was going to get so ravenous that... And there was also some other things, like another race that follows a pantheon literally had an army waiting for the fall of this city, because if this city fell, it's kind of like Reach from Halo. If Reach falls, Earth is in trouble. That's kind of what was going on with this city. If this city falls, the kingdom is fucked. And so a rival kingdom was just waiting for it. So that was going on, as well as the deity that the city worships was actually going to show up and was going to try to take on Athara, and Athara was going to win. And basically, I was setting it up so that the players end up becoming a rank of deity. Because essentially it was like, if Athara wins, no pantheon could take her. She would get enough fuel from that city
to be unstoppable, basically. Yeah, god battle type shit. And then there was one last campaign that I was going to do, but we never got around to doing it. And I was really upset about that because I actually threw in game mechanics into it where the players were all going to be undead. And they essentially it was going to be a thing where they had to come to terms with, do they continue being like undead no game mechanics, like how the game plays. Not game mechanics. But yeah, so like essentially what was going to happen is that they were going to be in this battle fighting some other army. And they were going to die in this battle. Not to the other army they were fighting, but like in the middle of the fight, this the very first necromancer was basically gonna be awakened and wakes up at the battlefield, starts slaughtering everyone and turning them into like his I actually have a design of that one as well. Well, a partial design. I never finished it, but where are you at? Well, no, this one was of a different campaign, since that one kind of ended where at like the worst spot. What the fuck? Where is it? Oh, god damn it. I don't know what happened to it. Oh, I did have an image of the first boss fight in that first campaign. This is what they look like in that first one with the tree. Totally forgot about this. So yeah, this is from the first campaign I was talking about. That one, no. The other one, yes. The other boss fight, yes. What the fuck did I do with that? Oh, here it is. So this, it's not a complete image, but this is what the boss in that third campaign that never happened was going to look like. I forgot how much detail I put into this. But yeah, before the party was able to be like enthralled by this necromancer. Some trench pilgrim artwork, I suppose. But yeah, before they could be turned into like slaves, zombie slaves, a beam of light hits this thing, stops. It does kill everybody, but like at least half of them did not like become followers of the necromancer, and he kind of disappeared. So like all I had really planned out was more of the mechanics of how the game was going to go. So I gave it to where they all had 2 spells. It didn't matter what class they were. They all had 2 spells. And depending on which spells they used more often and how they played the game, it would unlock essentially a skill tree to where they would become more undead or more redeemed. So they would never become living again, but they could either become undead or like a form of angels, basically, as the game went on. And like every time they leveled up, they'd be able to access one more spell, depending on how things went and all that. So didn't really put a lot more thought into the story because I never got to that point. But I think it would have been so cool to be able to do that kind of mechanic into D&D. But yeah, I was kind of upset about that didn't happen, but I would love to be able to run another campaign. I just don't know when I could have time to do it at this point. Because like I'm doing this, I help run a book business with my dad. I'm trying to find a day job. My health is complete crap because of my fibro, so it's difficult to do a lot of stuff. So I don't know when I'll next be able to do play D&D. I also need to find people. So it's one of those things where I have to see how the rest of this year pans out to really know when I could do it next. And you know that the next campaign I do, V is going to be in it. Like there's no option about that. That's a requirement. Major fee. Like, who else would I talk about? I do see with a campaign. If I had her, the question would be: would she be someone with the party, or would she be the main villain? Because I feel like she would most likely be the villain. Yeah, probably both. I mean, I can see her being the main villain, and I can also see it where, like, the party are like an elite squad sent out by Fee, because Fee runs a legion, which a legion in Necropole is a section of the Armada. Like, I have a whole bunch. I have so much lore with Necropole and Fee and all that. Modern Warfare 2. I can't remember. No. I don't really pay much attention to Call of Duty. Oh, I remember. Okay, I do remember hearing about that. The thing is that Fee wouldn't do that to her troops. That's one of the things about Fee that makes her a bit different from the other officers in the military, is that she does whatever she can for her troops. Yes, most of them die under her command, but that's because she tends to do suicide missions. And like, she goes on these campaigns that are seemingly impossible and all that, which makes her not well liked amongst the other immortals who... So most immortals actually go into politics rather than the military itself. So there are 12 immortals who are in the actual military. Like, directly in the military. Technically, the entire empire is a military, but, like, the ones whose labels are soldiers. So there's only, like, 12 that are actually in that. And 3 of them are officers. The rest are either commanders of squads or lone wolf soldiers. So Fee is one of 3 that's an actual officer. And her legion is the Automorte. And she does whatever she can to make her troops, one, as badass as possible and as good as possible as they can be. Also makes it to where their lives are as fulfilled as possible. Yeah, basically. Like, she has some of the best trained soldiers. She does have the best training system because she has to. Because her troops don't tend to last very long. But that's because, again, she goes on these impossible campaigns. But her legion is fueled by religious zeal. And so that's a big reason why they're able to accomplish the things that they're able to accomplish. But the fact that she uses so much resources that the other mortals are very frustrated with her, let alone what her religious ideals are, which to many is considered to be antithetical to the religion of Necropole. Because she doesn't focus entirely on death, whereas everyone else does. So a lot of times their lives are pretty miserable. They don't see it that way very much, but their lives are pretty shit unless they're like in certain legions or in certain triangules. A triangule is one of the 3 like major classes, and there's like the logistic one, which includes politics and resource distribution and all that stuff. There's the engineering one, which makes all the shit, and then there's the soldiers. But yeah, Fee is pretty much the only one who's like chipper and upbeat and happy and all that. Everyone else in Necropole is kind of that stereotypical necromancer type of thing. Life is suffering and suffering is life. Death is all that matters. Blah 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 blah. Because that is taught in their religious text, but that's only part of it. So yeah, that's what the story I'm working on right now, which is the sequel to the short story that I have posted. And it's about how Fee kind of finds purpose in life again, knowing that she can't die. And how she gets to her ideals of a more focus on life rather than the pure focus on death. Because, focus on life fuels the death, basically. Yeah, essentially it's the origin story. So the first story that I have written, the short story, is about her very first death. And how that was actually probably one of the... It's kind of tied with it being the most traumatizing moment of her life. Well, so I have the short story now. You can go read that. The link is in the description. It's like a 25-minute read. At least that's what the websites say. And yeah, so it's about her first death and basically how she reacts to that and stuff, because it's one of those things. Immortals are never born knowing they're immortal. So they kind of just go through life like any other Necru, and once they die for the first time, and that's when everyone's like, oh my god, that's an Extra Morte. And then like their lives change forever. Almost literally forever. So yeah, Fee was one of the youngest to find out that she's an immortal, because she was like 12 when she first died. Not many of them are that young when they die for the first time. Most of them tend to be either adults or they are so old that it's like, okay, you got to be an immortal because you've been around for like 150 years and you still look like you're in your mid 20s. Yeah, she gets pretty like devastated by the fact that she's an immortal. Like everyone else is very confused by her reaction. But I mean, you got to read it to really understand, like why she deals with it the way that she does, and you get a lot more world building on how the Empire works and all that. And it is the best writing I have done to date. So, and I do a lot of writing, as you can tell. So, yeah, very proud of how that turned out. Yeah, there's something that probably won't be delved into a whole lot is it's kind of mentioned a little bit in that short story, but how the net crew reproduce is very unorthodox. So they're all born in pods, mechanical pods, because when they finally develop technology to where they can go out into space, and then they develop technology to where they have AI and stuff. They developed an AI that was going to be the like master AI, and they programmed it to its only goal is to further the goals of the Empire, which the only goal of the Empire is to bring death to the universe. So it was designed to where it was going to push that goal forward as much as possible. And one of the ways that it did that was it started making net crew through a reproductive process mechanically, and that started to become extremely productive. Not cloning, because cloning has lots of issues. What it was doing is that it basically take dead net crew, put some chemicals in it to where it would break it down to a genetic level, and then put that genetic material into essentially a vat, which would mix with a bunch of other dead net crew genetic material. And then it would take that and filter it in certain ways, and then start the process of making a baby. And that started to become extremely effective, to the point to where it actually bred out any sexual needs out of the net crew people. So now their genitals are only used to expel waste. They do not have any kind of like reproductive organs or anything like that, because it's done strictly through this process. It made a gene gumbo, basically. Gumbo sounds good. But yeah, so and so because of this, they don't have any kind of like, they don't experience lust. They don't because that's also was taken like out of their brains and stuff. Any kind of hormones or anything that was connected to the drive to reproduce was bred out of them. And so yeah, they're just like one step above being Barbie and Ken dolls. And so, but this does not mean that they are completely cold to each other. They, instead of developing romantic relationships between each other, they develop what's called deep connections. So it's kind of like a brotherhood or a best friend or something like that. Just like, just an actual connection with another net crew that is like very deep and stuff, but it's not romantic. So, and that was kept in and kind of developed to where it would be even stronger a lot of the time, so that the Necru people would not essentially kill themselves off. Basically, platonic relationships only. Like they'll do things where like they'll hug each other. They'll like place their heads on each other. You know, pretty much all those things except fucking. Essentially. That's like pretty much the only thing that's taken out. Like, there could be kissing, because that can be used as a form of a deep connection, but it's very rare. It's basically anything besides fucking and kissing for the most part. So yeah, essentially the net crew people are asexual and like purely asexual. Fee develops a deep connection with 3 people in her life. Which, by the way, Fee, at the point of like modern day, quote unquote, she is 733 years old, I think. She's over 700 years old. She's been serving the Empire as an officer for about 600 years. And she's only had a deep connection with 3 people in that time. And those 3 people died within the first 100 years of her life. So she developed a deep connection with the Regia of her school, or also known as a Educia center. And a Regia is a like on-site chaplain, essentially. So she developed a connection with her. She developed a deep connection with one of the what are they called? With one of the Mortiorta, which essentially is the Pope, but it's like it's 2 people, so popes. She developed a deep connection with one of them, and then she developed a deep connection with her second in command officer, who was an extreme anomaly for a mortal Necru. She that I'm still trying to develop like his name and all that stuff. Actually, no, wait. I think I have a name for him.
Oh yeah, he was known as Cormatai Holt, second in command of the Altamorte Legion. Cormatai is his rank. And the thing that was very unusual about him was that he lived to be about 100 years old, which like never happens. He served under Fee for 83 years. Yeah, he served for 83 years. He served on 112 campaigns. So I see talk about blood, grand old necro. Yeah, and I also have a kill count for him as well, due to these campaigns. He killed 18,993,436,109 individuals on those campaigns. He was one of 385 Necru Master Tacticians, which is an extremely rare rank to get to. If he had a tattoo for each one, he would be a tattoo. He's just the tattoo. But yeah, he's a master tactician. Like I said, one of 385. Not one of 385 currently serving. That's how many have served since the crusade started. The crusade's been going on for tens of thousands of years. So yeah, he was like an exceptional. He was one of a handful of individuals who were held in almost as high regard as an immortal, or extemorte as they're known. Extemortes are essentially saints in the Empire. Alright, yeah, I probably should stop. That's a problem for me, is that if I talk about Fee or Necropole or anything like that, I can't stop. I love Fee so much. She is the light of my life. So, yeah, I should probably end the stream. We've been going for over 6 hours. But yeah, it's been fun. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed making this character. I enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed talking to all you guys. And I hope that you guys come back for later streams this month. I am excited about all the other characters that I've got on the list. All right, cool. But yeah, so get some sleep, and people should know what to do at this point. Do those follows, rings those bells, slap them bitches. You know, all the stuff that you're supposed to do to make the algorithm like me. But yeah, so with all that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow.